Hey, I think we're ready to go today. Today is stream 110. It's again a binary stream today. Anyway, working today on player registration and login for my game. So, quick intro. I've got a lot of practice in this. I'm working on a game. It's called Omnia Reignia. It's not yet playable, but it will be a multiplayer online RPG. I liked playing Ultima when I was a kid, and so I'm making a game sort of inspired by that. Retro 2D pixel art, because the artwork is more approachable for me as a non-artist, and perhaps get some help from my kids who are into art more than I am. And the story and other things that are going to be in the game are things that I've been trying to put together for a while now. And they're going to have a variety of different activities. So, not yet there yet, because since it's a multiplayer game, we need to have servers and infrastructure set up to host the game. I'm still working on that. So the major systems of the game, the top 3 or 4 are pretty much prerequisites for having any kind of online persistent server. So we've been working on these in the past couple months: clustering, persistence, versioning, and now security. So I've been working the last couple of days on the security aspect, making sure that the only client that can connect as admin has to have a private key, and for normal players, you have to register a username and password. And yesterday I worked on making implementing a password hashing algorithm so that we can store the password hashes on the server in a more secure way. So today, I'm working on more of the integration tasks to get registration and login into the game. So mostly it's going to be, the first part will be in C++, and then if I get to it, I'll start up a new React client for the actual front end. So I wanted to start off today with, I think, email verification, but I need to check because I've been sort of moving my to-do tasks onto Trello, and I was looking at this earlier, and I think I might have had a different card here. Player authentication. Interesting. I thought I already had that here. I think this is a dupe. Unless that had a comment. This is the only the command execution part. Client and coordinator aspects are handled separately. Oh, that's right. The titles are bad. Let me change the title to fix that. So this is new player registration command state. And this will be player authentication. Player registration auth coordination. Hey there, Rally Monkey. How's it going? I think what's tripping me up is I have this stuff in here which shouldn't be here. Save that. Okay. So did I have that on the today list? I guess I did right here. But I had broken it up. So, okay. Yeah, so maybe this is redundant because these are sort of covered. Yeah, I'm just going to delete this one. Archive and delete that one. So this should match the today now. Email verification, player registration, authentication, password changes, email address changes, start. Yeah, okay, so it matches pretty much. And I'm going to go ahead and archive the stuff I did yesterday. Archive. And then I should talk briefly about what I did between streams a little bit. Getting back to your projects. Awesome. So some stuff I did after the stream. I have a new pink tag for testing refactoring. And this one was... Right, I had written down this as a note yesterday to consider moving headers from my public API to implementation. They aren't really needed in the public API. It turns out I looked into it. They're there because the framework uses the concrete interface, and I mean the test framework, So it needs all those headers. And if I wanted to hide stuff from the main program but not the test framework, I would need 2 separate classes, and I'm not exactly sure a clean way to do that. So I decided to keep it for now. So that was basically analysis, decide not to do anything. How do I like it so far? It's pretty good. I like how flexible it is. I can move stuff around easily. I can tag things better. I like it. So then I had written down this as a bug. It looked to me yesterday that the executor was skipping commands, but it turns out it wasn't. I just misread the code. There is a loop in the journal that will commit every command in sequence. That was here. Here's the loop. So I just didn't dig down deeply enough to see the publish commit events actually loops through and does a callback for every single event. So that this is a non-bug. So that was analysis and do nothing as well. And then I had written down this as well to change the prototype of one of my functions. It was using R-value parameter, and I just removed that because there was no gain. So that was a quick change. So I'm going to archive all that. All right. Let's get started. Email verification. Here we go. So I'm not going to do the UI for this. It's just going to be the backend stuff. So we will have a request from the client to say, I forgot my password. And we'll need to generate, actually I should probably make this into a checklist, shouldn't I? Let's make a checklist. Generate a random confirmation code to be emailed to the player. And the second one is to register a web API so that when they click the link in the email, it will reset their password for them. I have to think about, like, is it better to just let them change their password immediately, or do they set their password? Yeah, probably let them set their password on the next login, right? Hey there, Armani. Yeah, how's it going? Going okay. I just poured myself some tea, and then the tea tastes funny. I'm not sure why. I don't know. Maybe I got a bad tea bag. I don't know. Send them email with the token. Yeah, so that's the sort of the token we're generating. The question is, when they click on the link with the token in it, what does it set the password to? Or does it just leave the password set to, like, let them in once and set the password when they click it? Or, yeah, I need to figure out what to do. But I'm gonna do this mechanical stuff to begin with. I don't have a UI yet for it. So I don't need this description anymore. It's in the checklist. All right, so generate random confirmation code. We'll do that first. Yeah, I would have to play around and see what do they do. But anyway, we're going to need to generate a random token, so let's do that. That means it will need to be in the player table. So let's add that. Actually, I should put that in the list here, shouldn't I? Add confirmation code to player record. Or botland, yeah. Actually, how does botland work? We'll do a little bit of subtle. We'll do a little bit of subtle advertisement here. Did you know that there's this cool game called play.bot.land? It's called Botland. Play.bot.land gets you there. But let's say I forgot my password. What does it do? I need to have a valid email address. I thought I did register my email address. Oh, let me do that off screen. Hold on a sec. Maybe it got reset. No, it's registered in there. Hold on. Let me log out. To log out, I just refresh. Wait a minute, is that a bug? Hey there, a bug found. I think I just found a bug. Let's say I forgot my password. It says I need to type a valid email address. Where do I type it? Uh-oh. Someone summon Adam. Anyway, Yeah, I'm not sure how to get this to work. Do I type? Let me try typing in my email address as a password. Or maybe just a random password. Just says it's incorrect. Need to type a valid address. Nope, it's broken. The forgot a password thing is broken in Botland. Unless, I don't know. Let me try to, I'll log in and I'll change my email address to a different one. Change email. Okay, it's sending me an email. So let me go look at my email. Sorry, this has got to be off screen. But not for that long. And I'm not getting... Oh, I got the email. Okay, there's a link to change the email address. And there's a confirmation code. So I'm clicking that. It says it finished it. Log in so that we can know your account is yours. Will do. Okay. Email address has been changed. So let me try this again. Forgot my password. Nope. Broken. What happens if I do create an account? Now I can get the password. Now I can get the email address field. I wonder if this will work. I'll type in my email address. And then go back to login and then press the forgot password. No, it says you need to type a valid email address. Okay, it's broken. Oh well. Hey there, Captain Stupid. And hey there, Said Who. Type email as username? I can try that. I'm sure it's just a silly bug. Oh, it worked. An email was sent to, so I had to enter my email address. Oh, it said username or email. Duh, I'm just stupid. I'm used to it being where you say, you click forgot. This is what I expected. Click that and it should open up a box saying enter your email address and we'll send you your password reset. I just misunderstood it. So we don't have to wake up Adam after all. Okay, so I got the password reset email and it gives me a link. It's a forgot password equals and then some token. I'm going to click that. And then I get to a special login where I type my name and password to finish resetting. Okay, I see how that works. So I would make the token open up a way to reset the password. Okay, I think that means all I need to do is stash a token of some kind. All right, test complete. So, oh, by the way, I was looking at if it's worth it to hash passwords on the client side, and the answer is, not really. So, it's not going to be that it verifies the corresponding account. It'll be allows, actually, we don't even need a resource handler, do we? We can build it into the client, right, as part of the path. So it doesn't need to be a resource handler at all. So add reset password message, client message, which requires the let's call it what it is. It's a token allowing the player to set a new password. So this will be generate random password reset token. Actually, so yeah, I really didn't need it. Email verification, did I? This is really just for password reset. So password reset token. I could do the same mechanics to verify an email address because it works the same way. Did I say hello to Captain Stupid? I forget. Here, I'll do a wave. And I'll do a wave for Sethu as well. And because Sethu is a Twitch streamer as well, shout out to him. I was watching his stream yesterday. He was working on some interesting shader stuff, like he usually does. And although his mic wasn't working, it was still kind of fun. Yeah. We need to help Sethu fix his mic, and he's got a bug in OBS too. I'm not sure how to fix. I was researching that a little bit. There's like a flickering that happens. Screen capture on Linux. Those kinds of bugs interest me. What's this? I have save. What's my edit? Oh, save. There we go. All right, so I'm gonna add a password reset token, and then generate one. In response to password reset request from client. The token is meant to be emailed to the player in the form of a link. So the idea is we'll send them a link that basically opens the player with a special route, which will cause it to send a password. It'll show a enter new password, and when they hit OK or send, then it'll send a special message to reset the password. So I won't do the UI stuff right now. I'll just do this. Okay, adding the token. Yeah, so I'm using Google Test with test-driven development in mind. So there's a little link to a video there if you haven't seen this before, but in the test framework here, every class generally has a set of tests, and I add a new test whenever there's a bug or a new feature. So the new feature I want is that I can store a token. So hey there, Arch or Chirp. How's it going? And Pawn. Welcome. So I'm adding a password reset token to the player record. So what are we going to call this? Make password reset token or generate? So we'll just call it, and we will expect there to be one now. So let's expect it to be a base64 string. So we will first assert that's not empty. And then let's do a base64 decode of it. My base64 decode and encode generates a string. Okay. Base64. Oh, hold on. We don't have this in our dependency. Oh, I do have it in the dependency list. Never mind. Decode, right? Should get, wait a minute, let me think about this. Oh, I had an overload for decode. Right. Do I have an encode overload as well? Everything is strings on output. I guess that's okay. Question is, what happens if it's not valid? If we decode and it's not valid. Oh, I looked this up the other day, right? If it's not valid, it just skips. It just puts in a 0. It puts in 0 bits. So maybe this is just more than I don't need to do. I don't actually need to do this. I just verify it's not empty. And I'll want to be able to reset or clear the password, right? Clear password reset token. So we'll generate one and then clear it. Hold on, I can't just have it generate. I have to give it one because it's got to be the same on every server. It's part of the server state. Oh, I forgot to silence my phone. Apparently I got a text that my cat is where he shouldn't be. I will be right back. Hold on a second. I'm back. My cat was scratching at the door trying to get in. A neighbor texted me saying, "Your cat got out." I actually let my cat out. He's not supposed to be able to get up on the wall, but he did today, somehow. He's crafty. Alright, so actually there's a little bit more work because we need to have the token be on all servers. So it needs to be replicated. So I had a little bit more work to do than I thought. I need to make... there's actually two commands. So set... Actually, no, we can do it with one command. Set password reset token command. Let's do it after this. Let's do that second. So it's set. That means I don't need to clear. So we'll just have to have it, give it a token, and we'll just expect it's equal when we get it back out. PogChamp. We'll never use this for the real game. We'll use something random. But we'll expect we can get it back out. Hey there, 85 filter. Hopefully I'm almost done with part of the server stuff. So the clustering, persistence, versioning, and security will be almost done, but a lot of the other systems do have server-side things, like the logic, there's infrastructure for the game logic, right? All that's still on the server side, but it's going to be mostly in Lua. Game state is on the server. It's not networking, but it's still server side. It looks like torture? It's not too bad. Okay. So that's all I really need. I just need to be able to set it. So that does not exist. I'm surprised I did not get an IntelliSense warning about that. I am doing Lua on the server, not on the client, so I won't be doing using Love2D like Leland does. I will be just using it to make the game logic fluid, so that I can change it very easily without rebuilding the server code. The Love2D engine is where you want it to make, if you want to do it on Lua on the client side. I'm going to do it on the client side, probably all JavaScript. Although that's an interesting idea. I could do it all in Lua on the client side as well. That might be fun. Alright, so this is what I was expecting. So I need to add the token and then I need to add the method. Player record. Let's add the token here. This is used... This is required to be given back by the client in order to reset their password. Player, not client. The player's client. Oh no, we can say player. To reset their password, not knowing the current password. What will be on the client side? How will determine what is client side, what's server side? It's pretty cut and dry. So the client is going to be running on your computer in your browser, and the servers are all going to be in the cloud, and the messages between them will be over WebSockets. So, for example, here's my current client. It's connecting to all 3 of my servers right now. They happen to be on my computer, same computer, but they could be on the cloud as well. And this could be run since it's in the browser. My current plan in the browser, JavaScript is, makes more sense. But this doesn't have to be in the browser. I can make a game client outside the browser, and then I could make it in Lua or Unity or anything else. Hold on, I'm getting more text. Yeah, okay. Just a warning from my wife that if I let the cat get on the wall, the dogs next door might attack him, which is true. All right. Yes. So password reset token, we place it there. And the method I need, set reset token, is in the players. Shouldn't that be password reset token? Yeah, it should be. All right. The server will handle the entity stuff. Well, although the client could as well. I was thinking about this. Some games do this. I think all the successful games do this. The client side will sort of do its own calculations of physics, for example, and to sort of pre-calculate an expected sequence of events, and the server basically verifies that yes, that is what happened. And you'll see a side effect of this, like if you're in a game that lags. I've seen this a lot in Minecraft. You'll break a block in Minecraft, and you're on a multiplayer server. The block will break, and you get the drop. But then all of a sudden, the block will come back, and you're like, wait a minute, how did the block get resurrected? It's because the server came back and said, no, you haven't broken that block yet. And then after some period of lag, the server will say, okay, yeah, now you've broken the block. And then the block will break a second time. So that's the client doing pre-calculation. In order to do that, it has to have its own copy of all the entities. So you could have all the entity stuff on the server and the client is basically just trying to replicate what the server has, and the server is has the final say, right? But you do that to reduce or hide the lag between server and client. If the timing is very critical, you need that. I don't know about my game. I don't really expect my game to have very fast-paced timing, so I probably won't need client-side entity stuff. Not expecting it. Set a token that I'm going to completely copy the description of. That is required to be given back by the player in order to reset their password. Yes. Maybe totally redundant here. This is a token that is required. And again, why am I copying this everywhere? It's because this documentation really isn't meant to be read in the source code directly. It's for if I create a reference manual for my classes, and this would go into like a table of contents, and this would go in as the return value, and so I kind of want the same information no matter which avenue you took to get to it. All right. Players. Oh, I need a username. I completely forgot about that. Need to know whose token we're setting, right? This is the name of the player who is resetting their password. Let's say whose password reset token being set. So we need to do the same thing in the tests, right? We need to pick someone. I think we were doing Alice. Yes, Alice was player 1. Oh, no, I have player 1 name. For a good reason, right? Okay, there we go. Yeah, that might be important. We don't want to reset everyone's password. I mean, it becomes apparent when I'm down here. I'm like, okay, how do I index the records, right? And do we want to publish a change? Yeah, might as well. Oh, how did that get turned back on? I don't know. What was showing there? I saw this once yesterday too. There's something going on with one of my VS Code extensions. It's connecting to some server. I guess that's a local server for I think it's IntelliSense. It's going to some kind of client for a language, and it's throwing an exception, like a socket's getting destroyed. Saw that once yesterday. No idea where it's coming from. And just pops up there. Again, why? Why are you popping up? Will I have particle systems? Yes, and that would be on the client, I think. So the server will probably say something like, emit particles, or particles should be emitted here with some parameters, and then it'll all be on the client side. Because that would be ridiculous to have every particle be an entity, I think. It's sort of like if you've ever played, like, for example, World of Warcraft. If you were to take two people's clients side by side, they'll actually see a different picture of the game, because things like particle effects, spell effects, they actually are client-side generated. They're not server-side phenomena. And you can do that because most of the time when people are playing the game, they're not seeing each other's screens. Hey there, Multiple Pixels and Guardians of Maxim. I'm going to do a quick series of waves here. Wave to you guys. So yeah, particle systems can be on the client. That's fine. Right, I was going to copy the argument list here. Today we're doing the machinery for resetting your password in the game. So, password reset token. Did I put it in the wrong place? I put it in auth. Okay, it doesn't go in auth, does it? I don't really want to put it in auth. I want to put it outside of auth. There we go. There's a way to do it where you only need a seed and a time. Well, yeah. If I really cared about every client and every player of the game seeing the exact same particles in the same places, yeah, I could do that. But I don't think it's necessary. One exception would be if the particle system plays a key. What do you call it? Like it's key to solving some puzzle. Like for example, we might have a particle that is a different color, and then when it gets emitted, all the players need to do something simultaneously to get through the puzzle, right? Then, sure, we might have some of the particle system using a random number generator that the seed is distributed to all the clients, so they see the same thing. Yeah. That's one of those cool things that you learn, like procedurally generated maps. You can get exactly the same world, like even if it's an infinite world, just by using the same seed. If you use a random number generator, that's predictable, which most of them are. All right, so the token set, we're good, right? We're gonna just the same kind of change, whether they've been added or their reset token's been set. This should work now. First build of the day is always slow. Yeah, you'd have to use an RNG that is reversible, right? And then you can have it go backwards in time. Or you could even use a fractal, which looks random but isn't. All right, so let's just run everything. First tests of the day, so everything is blank. And again, I think I cheated. It's going to pass right away. I really don't want to cheat that. I shouldn't have put code in here, basically. I should have just done that to verify that the test fails from the beginning. So it fails, like it should. And I'll undo that. Verify it passes now. Okay, so added it. Now we need a command to set it. Everything that needs to be replicated to all the servers needs a command, so we're gonna have to add that command now. So let's do it. It might be overkill, but I've been making a set of tests for every command. So we did the create player one, which is fun because we got to play around with Hunter2 password. In case you missed it, I implemented the pbkdf2 as a password-based key derivation function, which you use to make it difficult to crack a password hash to get a password out. And we're just playing around with it. We used the best password on the internet to test. Again, what is this? There's something broken with VS Code. Popping that up now, what, 4 times? Player, okay, we're going to be testing set password reset token. That's what I want. Actually, you know what I should do is just look at all matches. And then paste. There we go. So now that I didn't have to change anything. And we'll have to change these two. Username. So password reset token. Could be PogChamp, why not? And we don't need any of this stuff. The command will be very simple. What am I doing? Yeah, okay. So we'll just put it straight in there, like that. Okay, and then reverse it, right? Again, it's popping up. It's bugging me. All right, and then we expect this back out. So it's basically reversible. Okay, so that needs to be declared, included and declared. Here's the name that I want for this. Like that. Set password reset token. Okay. Player's name and the token we want. Player record. Let's just, basically it's copied. I'm wondering if this should just be more generic, like change player info, and then we just put the whole new record in there. How do I save the passwords? Hey there, by the way, Trumpses. Passwords are going to be saved right now in 2 places. So there will be journal entries where they're set or changed, and then in memory they'll be hashed here using pbkdf2. So did that yesterday. So if the this is persisted in the journal, if the journal file were to be hacker got in and got it, it would be just like if they got into a bank and got the password file. It would be very difficult for them to crack the password, but I would still I'd have to send out emails to everyone saying, you probably want to change your password. So we don't store them. Never, ever, ever store a password in the clear. You always want to use some kind of strong algorithm like PBKDF2, which has like, you know, a large number of iterations to make it very difficult to match in a, what do they call it, rainbow table password attack or brute force. We're also including assault to make it so that dictionary attacks are basically impossible. So doing all that we can to secure them. So the command has just that, and that's all we need, right? So I'm going to duplicate this one. Take that name, put it in all the places here. So yeah, here we can, wonder why it doesn't like that. Oh, IntelliSense just lagged. That's all it was. Token is the encoding of the token. Yeah, I'm not always the best at explanations. I'm glad that you let me know if I did it satisfactorily or not. You can always say, your explanation sucked, please try again. I don't mind. Okay, so the record, we're just going to set it, right? Actually, why am I doing this? I don't need to do any of this stuff. It's already in there. So encode is the same way. So basically, these commands really just carry a task or instructions on what to do. The thing that actually does the work is the executor. So I'm just going to verify right now that the command is constructed correctly and can be encoded correctly. Then we'll go into the executor. Why is it not right? Oh, I didn't add it to the CMake. We'll go into the executor to show how the command is executed. So I added a new command, right? This one, .hpp, and then source as well. There we go. Link. There you go. New test, right? Okay, it lost track of the tests. Refresh. Okay, we'll run them all. It's not that expensive to run all the tests. These little errors, it's the IntelliSense and the CMake extension to VS Code are not perfect. It's freaking out because it's never seen that source file before. Okay, I did the mistake again of doing the test and the code at the same time. So I'll have to re-verify this. So where was it? This one? So to make it break that test, we will not do this part. Yep. Okay, and then put that code back in here, and then to fail the encode, we would return like and not do that part. That would break that test. Do I remind you of you know, I haven't even seen the last movie. That's how lame I am. I don't watch movies, so I've missed I missed the last Star Wars movie, and I missed a bunch of Avengers movies. Hold on, build again. Do I look like the old Luke now with the gray beard as well? That's what I aspire for. Okay, so for getting the type, just hack it. I like to see test fail and then put the code in place and see the test pass. Because you never know, the test could be broken and just say, it could always just say it's passing and not really testing anything. Okay, so the command's in place. Now the executor part. The executor is expected to actually set the token when it's told to. So this is, we'll just name the test after the command. And it's going to be the same kind of test that we did for player creation, right? So we'll set up a command. It'll be this command. Actually, I can just replace all these, right? But then some of these have to be not capitalized. This one has to be capitalized. Need to include that as well. Whenever this is going to get kind of cumbersome to have every command's header file included. I'll probably eventually just have one include file that called commands.chpp that pulls everything in. Probably get there soon. It's just a matter of how much it annoys me to have to add that every include everywhere. Okay. Password reset token. What should we set it to? How about feels bad, man? Okay. How about feels forgetful, man? Because we forgot our password. And that's what we will expect to see if we look afterwards at their password reset token. So this will not pass. So if I run those executor tests, it will fail because it doesn't know how to it doesn't execute the command. To get it to execute the command, I have to go into the executor and add it to its table. Here's the table. It's called command executors. Very original name. So name it after this has to match. That part has to match. This part is just on in front of it. And here we go. Actually, let's make it like the create player because it's kind of close, right? Set. No suggestions. No suggestions. There. Execute the set password reset token by setting the player's password reset token. These commands are very straightforward. Now, all the executor does is it's just like the executioner. Takes a command and does it. So we only get here if it is that command, so it's safe to do this static cast. So it's sort of like it's a runtime type information marshaled through JSON. That's the best way to think about it. And then back down to here. And instead of adding, we will just index. Oh, wait a minute. No, I had a nice method for this, right? No suggestions. Why not? Oh, yeah, why not? IntelliSense is broken, maybe. I'm gonna reset VS Code because I think it's confused. I should put on Jedi robes. It's not a bad idea. Need to get me some Jedi robes. There we go. See, set password reset token, and we need the username and the token, which we get from the command. There we go. So now it should pass the test. Oh, right, because I reset Visual Studio Code. Yay. Okay, so we have the ability to set, and I'll just use the set when we clear it as well. We just set it with an empty string. So we're going to mark that off. Yay. I'm going to take a quick break to use the restroom. I'll be right back. You know what? It just occurred to me. Instead of having that silly, what is it called? I don't even know how to show it without going on break again. But while I'm on break to show that static screen, maybe I should just show my Trello. So if anyone comes in, maybe I'll put it like on, or like be right back here, and while I'm on break, people can see what I'm actually gonna be doing, rather than seeing it. I'll just be back, and here's a silly screen to look at. Might actually try that. Excuse me while I pour more tea. All right. So we want to generate a token in response to a request. Okay, so that's all in the coordinator, because the coordinator handles all the requests. So coordinator tests is what we want. Actually, hold on. I haven't checked into Git in a while. Really ought to do that. This is all adding the token. So add player password reset tokens. Okay. This is a obvious test, isn't it? An administrator message requires being the administrator. Okay, so this one will be... This is going to be several tests, actually, because we want it also to send back something to the client, right? Yeah, we want something to be sent back to the client once the token has been replicated across the server. So it's like 2 tests, really. So one is that we append a password reset token. On password reset request. And the other test will be to send client password. Well, really, it's actually no, we don't need to send them anything. We just need to tell them that it's been sent to the email. Send client, notify client when password reset token sent. Right? Okay. So here we go. I think it actually hold on, wait a minute. This is the signing stuff, right? And that doesn't require a leader, but for this, if it's not the leader, it'll get forwarded. So actually, I should have this be to another test, right? Append password reset token. Okay, password reset request forwarded to leader. If it goes to a follower in the cluster, it's got to be forwarded to the leader, because the leader is the only one that does appends. It's got to be another one like that. Yeah. So the same kind of thing. Although this one's more complicated than it needs to be. Let's take that one and simplify it. So we do not need an... Well, it's really not an admin, is it? It's really just player. And they don't need to send well, they don't need to send this message. We don't... An orchestrator's not involved. Peer is involved. Right. That is to establish a connection that the leader is, and then this tells it that that guy 1337 is the leader. So this is minimum what we need. Leader is the leader server. Yeah. So I've implemented this before. Thanks for the follow, Dimmer or Dimmer. It's called the Raft consensus algorithm, and I need it because I have multiple servers. This whole group is I called it a cluster. Each server has exactly the same state. So let's say you're on here on the client and you tell this server, hey, I want to reset my password. If this is the leader of the cluster, he's the only one allowed to add to the state to add that command that we just wrote, the set the password reset token. He's the only one who's allowed to add it to the server state journal. Once it's added there locally, the leader always replicates that change to all the followers. And if we sent it to a follower, and let's say the top one was the leader, since he's not allowed to append directly to the log, he will basically forward the message to the leader, and then the leader will append it to his log, and then replicate it back to the other 3 servers. Those are the rules of the consensus algorithm. And that algorithm, its goal is to have all these servers have the same state, so that if any one server crashes, the client could just reconnect to a different server and not lose information. In fact, once a majority of the servers get that request to reset the password, then no matter what, it'll get done eventually. It just might take time for the crashed server to come back up and rejoin, and for the client to connect to a server that's still running. So it's all about fault tolerance. If I didn't care about fault tolerance, then I wouldn't need this concept of a leader with followers or forwarding. You could think of the forwarding stuff to the leader as the overhead, the cost of having fault tolerance. Okay, so I'm just going to construct the message, right? It will be reset password. Oh no, we won't reset. How about request? There's going to be 2 messages, right? There's going to be one to say I want to reset my password. Then there'll be a second one when we get the token from our email, and we go back in and saying, well, here's my token. I want to set my password to this now. Let's call the latter one set password, and we'll call this one reset password. And that's not really resetting it. It's just request. How about request password reset? I like that one better. You're registering yourself to chat? I need to get my stuff, once I have all the security stuff set up, I want to get it up on the AWS so that you guys could actually log in and help me test this. Or just play around, try to hack it and all that stuff, right? So again, with that error, I don't know what it is. I think all we need is that, right? Oh no, we need to authenticate. We need to authenticate. So we'll need to have a login. Oh shoot. We don't have a login command yet. Maybe we can't test this yet. Maybe I gotta mark this as to do, right? Because you need to log in before you can request that you're. Oh no, wait a minute. No, you don't. You don't. We'll include the username in the password. Yeah, exactly. We just include the username. If they aren't who they say they are, the worst that'll happen, just like in any system, is that the real user will get it in their email. We'll have to say something like, if you didn't request a password change, it means someone else is trying to use your account. Is that what they usually do? Hack, exactly. So I just need to have a player in the system. So that means I will have to precede the player in the players object, right? Players. Do I have a players object yet? Oh no, I don't even have that yet. Oh, but we'll have to add it. Players. Records. Who are we gonna call this guy? I'll call him Alex. Well, we just need to establish that they exist, right? So yeah. Actually, you know what we should have is what does it do if the user doesn't exist? Yeah. We should probably just return something right away saying that user. No, we don't want to tell them that the user doesn't exist. We'll tell them the same thing. It's just that they yeah, okay. So we'll have another test for that. Add it to the list of tests. Password reset request for unregistered user. Unregistered player? So if there's no player by that name, we have to pretend that yes, we sent a request to we sent a token, but in actuality we just don't do anything. If you didn't request this change, you should ignore this email. Yeah, that's a good one. I don't know why I don't think of those things right myself. I can't stand these bugs in OneNote. Oh, thanks for following. I'm running into bugs with my tools now. It's starting to annoy me. NoClo. Thanks for following. Okay, one thing at a time. We set it to that. We actually don't need it to be there because the follower doesn't know. Follower is going to forward it to the leader. So, what do we expect? The peer will get a message, basically with the same exact thing, right? Maybe you want to get your logins just by email. If you also forgot your username. Oh, that's a good idea. That's actually what Adam does in Botland. That's a good idea. I'll have to add that. I think I'll start with that you know your username and you just forgot, and so you'll hit a second button there that says forgot your password. No commands for Botland. There's commands, but not for Botland. There's commands like frequently asked questions. I guess frequently asked questions is an alias for today. That works. Should I add a Botland command? Nope. I don't believe in fully spelling out initialisms. Just kidding. That would be today. Hey there, the Epic Unknown. Did I say hello to Endorn? I don't think I did. Let me check something. I'm kind of curious. Do I have any VIP slots open? I have one VIP slot open, okay. Did that work? It didn't work. Did I misspell it? The Epic Unknown should be a VIP now, if I spelled it right. Maybe there's just lagging on my end, though. The Epic Unknown has given me a lot of good suggestions recently, so... Did I misspell it? Hold on. Let me try again. Difficult to spell usernames. Oh, there we go. That worked. Yeah. Thank you for all your good suggestions lately. Tab completion in Yana? Oh, yeah. What am I thinking? I should have tried that. Oh, I have a command for that, by the way. Because I love Yana. Okay, back to this. Right, so we just expect that the leader will get the message forwarded. So that's one test. So another test, notify client when password... Okay, no, hold on. Before this, there was this. Appended on request. So it's the same setup, only it's going to go to the leader. The same request. I don't need authentication. No, those are good ideas for making aliases to DevOps. Alias to DevOps. Well, sort of partially, right? Well, how about mention DevOps, add this command. So right now I don't have a command for it, I guess. The, what would I have it alias to, or point to? Maybe this diagram and this one? Although I need to have a too long didn't read version of this. The infrastructure is going to be 2 executables to start with. One called the orchestrator, another called the realm server. Realm server, multiple copies or instances run, probably 1 on each VM. And actually, I should draw this as well. The orchestrator is also 1 per VM. But if you had only 1 VM, you could have still run all the servers on the same VM. It's just a little bit less fault tolerant. And they all talk to each other through WebSockets, and the client also talks through WebSockets. The client is running React. It's a React app, probably Pixie.js for graphics. And in both these servers are C++. And I'm going to try to put a lot of the mutable logic in as Lua. So there's my wordy explanation. That is a great idea, actually. I could just take what I just said and make it nicer and remove all the uhs and post a link to it. Let me make a note of that. Good idea. So they need to be the leader. Did I have something for that? Become leader or something? No. It was like a leadership. Steal from another test. What does another test that needs to be leader do? Here we go. Oh, we just use the same number in both places. Curious number, that, don't you think? Curious number. Okay, so when it is the leader because Raft says so, and a client connection comes in, is private false, correct? It's a client. Actually, it's player. And they ask for that. What do we expect? We expect that the log will have a new entry in it. So mock journal. Like this. Exactly like this. We'll expect that the journal will have a new command added. The entry will be the one I just made. Set password reset. Set password reset token. And the only thing we can really expect are that the username should match, right? User. Oh, this is probably not included. Again, another point for I need to just include one header that includes the rest of them. Might be more of a hassle than a written document. No, not really. I don't mind recording short little videos. I can actually do both. I can take the script for the video, put it in my notebook, and do the same. Like I have this script for the G-test video, this one. I have that script in here under notes for G-test CMake intro notes. Oh, okay, no, I didn't have the script, but I had the code in case someone wanted the basic recipes for a test runner or a component. And I think I used that as a cheat sheet. I thought I'd written more here like a script, but I guess not. I guess I just did it impromptu. So yeah, I'll probably do something like that. Either impromptu again, or if they want to see it written, yeah, I'd have a script or something there. Okay, so this should know user. Come on, you're killing me. Do I need to reload Visual Studio again? IntelliSense is like kicking my butt today. There we go. So the username, and then there's just no reason for that to be on 2 different lines. And then I think the only thing we can expect from the token itself is that it's not empty, right? We don't want an empty string. Oh, come on. You gave me a suggestion a minute ago. All right. Why is it so undecided about what I'm looking at? It's this. There we go. Empty. What did I say? I was just complaining at IntelliSense is all. That's all I was trying to say. IntelliSense is giving me issues. Like it couldn't fill that in for me. All right, so that test is ready, and there are 2 more tests to fill in, right? So this it's sent presumably once the token has been committed to the cluster. So we'll do the onCommit thing. Let's find one like that. Actually, right, I forgot. The coordinator doesn't actually look directly at the journal's commits. It has callbacks for when things are changed, right? So what we can do is when we see that the player record has changed and it has a token in it, we can send the email out and tell the correct client. Actually, we need to know where that client is, right? This might be a problem. Actually, no, it's not. Because it doesn't matter who it is. It doesn't have to even be the leader, right? It's if the player is connected to the server and the server learns that there's a token now, it should just, say, hey, client, you have a reset token if you want. Go check your email, right? Okay, let's do that. So it doesn't even have to be the leader. It's just that it's set. So probably in here, I'll find the logic for that. It's using the callback system. Actually, I don't even need to, it's done internally. I can just do it. So we basically put it into the mock journal. Right? And then commit it. Where's the test that, oh, here we go. This is exactly what I want. Yeah. It needs to be in the journal, right? Actually, it doesn't even need to be in the journal. It just shows up in the player. Yeah. Yeah. What am I thinking? Talking to myself today. I'm sorry. Let's pull this out. Okay. It's set when it comes. This doesn't have to happen. It's just we get a callback. So players, we don't have that yet, but it will be this one. Oh no, we do need this to be sent because they have to say who they are or they won't get a message back. We don't need to be leader though. So we mobilize, we connect a player, they identify themselves as Alex, or that they want to be known as Alex. And then what happens is once the token gets set for Alex, it doesn't matter what I put here as long as it's not an empty string. So I don't know. Feels no. Password will be Adam Nuke. Doesn't matter what I put there. Just put whatever is in my mind. Hey there, Vertex Mike. Yeah, sometimes I just talk to myself, not to chat. My apologies if you mistake it to be that I talk to you. I've always had this habit. If I know someone else is watching the code, I will verbalize every thought in my head regarding to the code, even if it's really not directed to the viewers. So what do we expect when the player is sent that set? Right, we expect that the player will receive a message. So let's find one of those. By the way, when you see these public keys, private keys, it's not a leak. It's they're just test keys generated, like self-signed localhost certificate kind of things. Not at all going to be what I use in production. So. Here we go. This is kind of what I want to see. Okay. So we will expect... Actually, here I need to make sure the coordinator at least runs one more loop, right? IntelliSense, you're killing me. What is up with IntelliSense today? Anyway, it should be telling me that I can do that. And then I will expect that the player receives a message called what? Password reset email sent. There we go. So yeah, so how's it going, Vertex Byte? How's your day? I'm doing okay. Working on... If you're curious what I'm working on, by the way, there's the new way to see it. It's the Trello. I'm trying to organize using Trello now. So I'm working on generating a reset token and sending it. I'm not going to do the email part, but I'm going to just have the machinery in place so that the token is there and we tell the client that, yeah, we emailed it to you. And then later we will actually let them set their password if they know the token. So it's all player login stuff today, I think. Doing good. Right, so when they're not registered at all, we'll do the same thing. Actually, this actually is that test, isn't it? Only it will not set the token. Right, we will not set the token. The act is really just that they send the message. That triggers the response. This one, though, will create the... That'll create the account, yeah. We should probably also expect something here, right? Let me think about this. Yeah, so here where we expect it to be appended to the log, we shouldn't if they're not registered. Actually, they're not registered. I need to register them here. So they need to be in there before we mobilize. So players add then a record. Realm server player record Alex. What do we need to say about Alex? I don't think I need to actually say anything. He just needs to be in there. There we go. So yeah, I want a version of this where they're not in the database. So password reset request for unregistered user player does not append to log. So here we will not add Alex, and we will do the same thing, and we will assert that it is empty. Or just, yeah, true, that the journal is empty. There we go. But we'll still send this so that people can't just, you know, figure out who is a user and who is not by just going in and just trying to reset all the passwords. What's my favorite code editor? These days it's VS Code, although it's sort of been misbehaving for me today. And that's pretty much why I like VS Code. I like to do cross-platform development. I like to, once I get used to the editor, that I can move to my MacBook and it's the same experience, pretty much. Alright, so these tests, are they all in place? Right, unregistered player, notify that we sent it. I suppose we should actually make the player for that case as well, right? So add Alex as a real player. We'll forward it to the leader. Right, we shouldn't even bother to forward it to the leader. Let's make another test. Should not forward to the leader if it's not a registered account, right? Why waste the time? Why waste the server's time at all? Oh, I copied the wrong test. This one, not forwarded to leader. Password request not forwarded to leader if player unregistered. So we remove the player registration, do the same kind of thing, but we will don't have to wait for messages. We'll basically we shouldn't get anything, so this should be empty. Expect true, that is empty. Okay, took a while, but I think all my use cases are set up in the tests now. Oh, right, so there's no players. Right, so let's make players. So it kind of goes along with the configuration thing, right? So wherever we have configuration, we'll have also players. Why? Oh, wrong one. Here it is. So no, that's not even the correct one. Oh, there it was. So we just need to make one of it. And we'll need to pass it to the coordinator when we configure it. This is getting long enough where I need to start considering making a parameter structure rather than passing them all in sequence like that. So I need to also look for places where we call it manually. There shouldn't be very many. Yeah, there are, hit them all, okay. Which means that we need to change mobilize. We're going to give the players object to the coordinator now. Players. Okay, let's pull from the header file for players to say what it is. Why type it when you can just copy it? Let's use the same kind of language though. This is the object which holds all the records of players in the game. And we need to include that header. All right, and then where it is implemented, we'll need to put that as well. Okay, that should, oh, there's one more place where we, in the main program of the real server, we have to make one as well. Actually, I think we already do. Yeah, we already do. We gave it to the executor. Now we just need to give it to the coordinator as well. Right, so here. It truly is a shared object. It's shared between coordinator and executor. All right, so tests are there. Let's run them. They will all fail. Actually, some of them will pass. The ones that don't expect anything to happen will pass because nothing happened before. They're there to make sure that we don't always send a response. Okay, so which one should I do first? How about the forwarding to the leader part? Password reset request forwarded to leader. Let's do that first. Oh, thanks for the follow. Tropical Banana Man. 2. Okay. So when this message comes in from a registered user and we're not the leader, we want to forward it. Oh, and Dorn, are you having typing issues? I have those all the time. Okay. The forwarding is done in a table, and that table is in the engine of the coordinator. Where are you, table? Around here somewhere. I'll look for table. There we go. These are admin messages. Actually, I wonder if it's already being forwarded. Let me look. Actually, I guess not. None of these require forwarding to the leader, do they? Well, change configuration does. Let's see that. Yeah, okay, so we're going to do the same kind of deal. If we're the leader, we append to the log, otherwise we forward it to the leader. So, and that's only if the leader is known. This can be called from more than one place, right? That's why I did that? Yeah. So I don't need to do that stuff. I can just add a handler down here called whatever I called it. Request password reset. On request password reset. Is it reversed? Never noticed. Reversed from what it shows up in Twitch? Oh yeah, you're right. But is that because of FFZ or BTTV? I installed those and now I noticed a lot of my emotes look different. So I don't know if that's actually regular Twitch chat or if it might be an FFZ thing. Okay, why does this not like it? Oh, probably because this doesn't exist. So we'll add one nearby. Standard message handler. Actually, this is totally wrong. But thanks for the follow. A savage swan. It took me a while to figure out the words there. This is completely wrong. Well, not completely wrong. That doesn't exist. Let's fix it. Oh, that's wrong too. How many of these are wrong? This is what it should look like. Because they're all the same, I decided to just say C that one for the prototype meaning of the arguments. All right. This handles the request password reset message. Yes. Okay, so what do we do? Sort of what I had for start handling, where I do this. Oh, you sent an illegal Unicode character. What does it look like in Twitch chat? It looks like an illegal Unicode character. Is that illegal or just unmapped? Is it supposed to be Swan, but it's not? Interesting. What does FFZ say it is? Anger, followed by 1F982 code point. I guess that's supposed to be Swan. Now you have me curious. That's 1F982, right? Is it? Let's look it up. 1F982. Scorpion. Am I reading that right? Is it 1F982? I see Scorpion, not Swan. What's Swan? Emoji Unicode. I think I'm just not seeing it correctly. I mean, it looks like, to me, like, I can't even zoom in on it. Shoot. So what is it? What's the code? Oh, it was added. It's added it's too soon. It's too soon, executives. Too soon. It's too new to show up everywhere, I guess, because 2018. It sure looks like a 01F982. Oh, A. It's A, not 8. Got it. That's what we should be seeing. We should be seeing a nice, beautiful swan. Too new. Try again in a year. Alrighty. So if we are not the leader, we're just going to simply forward the message. Username, we're going to pull straight from... I have no idea why it does this like this. It should just pull it from the message. Actually, why don't we just send the message directly? I don't know why we don't... Okay. Oh, because it might not have come from a message in the other place I copied this from. Alright, so we find the leader. If we don't know who the leader is yet, then sorry, we can't reset the password. If we are the leader... Actually, does this guarantee we're the leader? I think it does. Hold on, maybe it doesn't. I need to be careful about this. Yeah, so really, we should be doing this. I think in the other place I copied this from, it was guaranteed there was a leader. So here, there's the strong guarantee. It's known and it's us. Then we will basically do one of these things where we construct a new message, set it, and then append it. So we'll just pulling that out. The one we make is the new command I added recently. This one. Which probably needs to be here. Again, with the includes I should clean up. Okay. So it has the two fields, right? User... Reset. This one. Padawan. This Padawan. This one. This one. Oh, right. It's confused because these handlers are not in the class. That's something I need to clean up. Right now, there are 2 steps removed from it. So all these places I have to have 2 steps of indirection. And then again with the scoping of the class. Yeah, this is a monstrosity. I need to refactor that. Ah. Go away. Oh, anyway. Username. And I need to only append this if the user doesn't exist. Or the user exists. So... I guess we'll start optimistically, right? Oh, come on. No suggestions? Uh-oh. There we go. Not completely broken yet. Okay, here we have to actually come up with the token. How about we make one from a vector that we put random characters into and then encode? Actually, then I don't need no, it's not... Why did I type assert? It should be just sign. But if we're going to base64 encode it anyway, we will just set it equal to base64 encode token encoded. So no, not token encoded. It's token. Here's where I need it's gonna arrive here as a vector of bytes, and I need to turn it into a string because encode takes... Oh, no, wait a minute. No, encode, there was an overload to take a vector. Oh, cool. I don't need to do this. I can just say encode token. I can make the token myself. So let's make the token. vector of bytes. What size to give it though? Should that be a configurable item? Kind of feel like it should. Let's make it configurable. So I have admin challenge length. How about password reset token length? I don't know. Make it 80 for now, I guess. So that means we can pull it from our cached configuration. So size t from context engine cached. Come on. I really need to reload again. Come on, you can do this. You can find me suggestions. There, cached configuration. So we can do that and we can use crypto random. As long as I have that dependency set up. I do not. Is it called crypto? Did I call it? Oh no, it was in system abstractions. Yeah, so I'm good. I can just do system abstractions. I don't have it included. Crypto random. Oh, come on. Maybe I need to blow away my the cache that VS Code builds for IntelliSense. It seems to be really fragile today. I think the way this worked was you had to make one, right? Maybe I already have one. No, I don't already have one. Let's just put one into the engine. So coordinator engine, we'll just put one here. Oh, I think I already have one actually. Oh, I do. It's called RNG. Nice. So I don't need it to be included here after all. It's RNG. So context engine RNG dot. Okay, I'm gonna blow away the build folder because this is ridiculous. So rm-rf build VS Code. It's busy, okay. Let's close VS Code and do this. Try again. Busy. Why are we busy? Shouldn't be busy. Okay, there we go. And then we will run VS Code again. Clean slate. Nothing built, no caches. Actually, that might not exactly be true. I need to check something. Start dot. Is there like a dot VS? Oh, there is. We need, what's in here? There's no cache in here, right? It's just settings. So maybe we're okay. I'm hoping this fixes it. Yeah, this won't build, but that's okay. Hey there, Endless Soccer. How are you doing today? There we go, it's back. My IntelliSense is back. So I can just give it the token.data, token.size, and I have a cryptographically strong reset token. Oh, the rest of this is garbage. I need to fix that. Just what do we do with that token now, right? We put it in, and then this we do not do. It's this entry. Current term command is that appended. And we only want to do this if the username exists. Otherwise, we want to send them back an immediate reply saying, sure, we sent it. Okay, some of this stuff is indirectly available. Cluster term. Raft, I think. Other instances. Cluster ID, yeah. This is all ugly right now because these message handlers aren't members of the engine class itself. They're outside. So I need to fix that eventually. So this should pass another one of the tests. The one that appends to the log, and then we just do one of these one at a time. Are you playing from time to time? Or is time to tome something else? Or are you looking at my VODs? I played Mike and Principal's game yesterday because it was the release day. I don't usually play games on stream. But I played Mike's game because I was just trying to support, help publicize the game for what it's worth. Okay, coordinator tests. I want to get my game running so that I can play that on stream. Okay, this didn't work. Oh, there's 2 entries. Oh, right. There's I should have remembered that. There's a second entry in there because when a server becomes leader, it immediately appends a blank entry. So for the one where it appends and it becomes leader, we'll expect 2 and we'll look at the second one. There we go. Humble bundle. It's free at the moment. Oh, cool. Well, I'm a little busy right now, but I will certainly look at it after the stream. Unless you really want me to look at it now. Oh, but let me know. Okay, the token is empty. That's not good. Thought I set the token. Okay, it's not getting set maybe? Let's see. 36 hours? Okay, I'll probably look at it after the stream today. Oh, look at that, it's empty. What happened? Oh, that's right. In the test, we don't have the configuration item. I added it to the real configuration item down here, but I didn't add it to the test one. Let's add it to the test one. So that would be wherever admin challenge length is. Not here in the tests. Here. So I just need to add it here. Yeah, and I was using smaller strings just to make it easier to read in the test. Okay, hopefully that'll fix it. Cool. Now if we really wanted to, we could look at what it really looks like. Oh, I still have that breakpoint, so I can just hit debug, right? Oh, no, I cleared the breakpoint. Let's put a breakpoint back. On reset. Request for password reset. So we can see what it's generating if I do that one more time. So there we go. It's a base 64 random token. Cool. All right. What's next? Let's do the unregistered ones next. Those are easy. So password reset request for unregistered player. It should be sent back this immediately, and it's not, so we can fix that, right? That would be, we look them up first, and we just shortcut this process if they're not in the player database. So if equals, well, equals is, it's part of base 64 encoding. It's a special marker if you have the number of bytes is not a multiple of 3 or 2, one of those. When we decode it back, we'll get, it's just raw bytes. So they do base 64 encoding just to make it so that we don't have to worry about escape characters and all that. Context engine players, right? Actually, we don't have a method here yet. And IntelliSense is really screwing up. Oh, no, it's not IntelliSense screwing up this time. We actually don't save this players thing at all. So let's do that in the mobilize. So we're given the players, but we're never storing it. Let's store it the same way we do with configuration. And then the reverse is we need to release it on demobilize. Right down here. There we go. Oh, I suppose if it's put into the URL, it will be encoded, right? But I can now, I think I can, let's see if I can do this right. If I choose a size here that's a multiple of 3, I think it will not have an equals in it. Let me verify that. Oh. Syntax error. What did I do wrong? Oh, storing it, but I didn't actually put it space for it here. And that I will copy from here. Okay. So that was, which test was it? I forget what it was. Oh, still have a build error. That because it's not included probably. This one. No, this one starts with an A. This one. Okay, so let me verify there's no equals in it. I think it'll work either way, but maybe it is better just making a multiple of 3. Okay, so now the token has no equals at the end because it's a multiple of 3 characters. It still can have a plus in there because that's a valid base 64 character. But yeah, I think it doesn't really matter. The escape will get URL encoded. So plus is okay, yeah. Anyway, I don't think it's a big deal. We'll keep it at 12 for now. Maybe just to prevent Actually, I think I do want to keep it not a multiple of 3 in the real one, because when I see it in the real, when I actually get the email generated, I want to see that it's properly encoded or not. So I sort of want it to be a difficult thing to encode, just to make sure that I don't need to do anything, that the URL encoding is done correctly. All right, so we are passing. All right, I was working on that. If they're not registered, we want to just not do anything. So if players, oh, we don't have a method to check if it's in. We have an indexer, well, that will create one if it didn't exist. So let's make a new one. So that means I need to change players tests. So that would be a new test. Look up registered player and look up unregistered. Well, check if player registered. How about player exists? Does exist. Or player is registered. So that will be it's really simple. We expect true for player 1 name. So player, was this always capital? I just didn't notice. Oh yeah, look at that. I like to use lowercase names for variables. I just never noticed that it was uppercase. So yeah, expected players dot is registered player 1 and then not player 2. That was the arrangement in the test fixture. Player 2 isn't registered yet, player 1 is. C++ and React. That's right, so we're doing C++ right now. Be doing React in probably another hour. So if you look at my Trello, which is here, I'm doing the yellow ones are C++, the green ones are in React. So I like to do the C++ first because I'm more comfortable with it, but I should be getting to the React stuff later. Yeah, I'm using React. I'll show you what I have in React so far. It's my admin console. I don't have the style sheet set up yet, so it looks ugly. But I have a message window, and I have some tables here. I have a dynamically made one for adding stuff to the cluster. It's just basic stuff, and yeah, until I learn more React, I think it's gonna be basic. So yeah, I'm no expert in React. I'm just getting by. Yeah, the backend is all in C++ and Lua, and it's using WebSockets. So roughly, the rough architecture diagram is here. The client will be in the browser. All these connections are WebSocket connections. The servers are replicated, so each one has the same state, and we use a replication for fault tolerance, so that if a server dies, the other ones can take over. All of this is in C++. And each one of those servers looks like this. There's a web front end, there's a message coordinator, there's the journal for replicating state, executor for applying state changes, and then all the game state. Right now, the only state we have is configuration and then the player table that I've been adding recently. But later I'll have all the entities in the game. And when I get to that, I'm wanting to put a lot of this into Lua. So I'll be adding Lua for attaching methods to game objects or entities in the game. But all this doesn't exist yet. We're still working on the back-end stuff today. Probably get to the game stuff in about a month. Is that a private project? Not really. It's you guys can see this. All of my notes are available. The code is not available for the game, but all the reusable components like Raft and my web server, they're all in my GitHub. So feel free. Take the code. It's all MIT licensed. Just what's the minimal thing you have to do? Not claim that you wrote it. That's the only thing that MIT. I think there's also a warranty disclaimer, like use at your own risk kind of thing. That's about it. So this is registered doesn't exist. I need to add that. Players. So this whole players class probably will be replaced by a database at some point, or it'll be implemented in terms of a database. Right now, it is literally, what is it? What is it literally? It's a C++ map or something? Yeah, map from usernames to player records. Anyway, the new method I want needs to be added. Let's add it up here. So stealing from one place to another, because I can. Check if the given player is registered. This is the name provided by the player to identify themselves. Okay, and then what does it return? Indicator, an indication of what. I'm sucking at the keyboard today. A player with the given username is currently registered. Is returned. Okay, so let's implement that. It's very simple right now. If the implementation turns into a database, these will probably turn into SQL statements. Or do you guys say SQL? I don't know. So in terms of a map, it will be return impl records find the username is not equal to impl records end. SQL. Got it. I've heard people call it SQL though. That would make it an acronym, whereas SQL is an initialism. All right, so that's there. Let's make sure it works. Okay, didn't build. Why? Why did you not build? Players unidentified. Oh, misspelling. I've missed one. I changed that to lowercase and I forgot one. Okay, good. So back to players tests. Run them, make sure it works. And yeah, I don't like tests passing the first time, so what I'll do is I'll tell it to return true. And that should fail in one way, because player 2 shouldn't be. If I just return false, it should fail the other way. Or player 1 will not get the right value. So there's the double check that the test actually tests the right thing. So if you just joined, I'm doing this kind of crazy test stuff because I like to do test-driven development. I'm still learning how to do it efficiently, but in essence, this method I added is tested by this test, leveraging this test fixture up here where we set up Alice to be in the database, but Bob is not. Make sense? This one's actually pretty cut and dry, how to make tests, right? How do we test that we can set the password reset token? We try to set it, and then we look back and see, well, was it set? Yeah, it was. This is sort of the object model. It's just, right now, the interface is a C++ class implemented in terms of a map, but I could just take this map out and make it a handle to a database, right? The players is the model of the that part of the database, you know, and the individual player as a player record is a sub model. I don't know if I'm using the right terms. Just because it stands for something doesn't mean you can't pronounce it. That's literally the definition of an acronym. I didn't know that laser was an acronym actually until much later. In other words, I knew about laser when I was a kid, but I didn't know it was an acronym until I think it was in college. I'm like, oh really, it's an acronym? I didn't know that. Yep, it is. Laser is an acronym. Acronym stands for something. Light amplification by stimulated emission of radiation. So there you go. That's what laser stands for. Maybe some of you didn't know that. Yep, there you go. It's a tricky acronym because it's people use it as a word, so it's lowercase. Acronyms should always be uppercase letters, right? So if you are a purist, you would say it's laser, not laser, right? I think it's been adopted into the dictionary. I bet if you look it up now in the dictionary, it's a word. I would be willing to bet. All right, so players has an is registered, which I needed for the other place here. So we'll say if context engine players is registered for the, well, let's get the username out. Const standard string username equals that. If they are registered. You know what, it occurs to me, we shouldn't let people register certain names, right? Let me add that as a card to consider. Do not let players register certain names. So for example, empty string, right? Sorry guys, no one can make the empty string. Probably any kind of insert naughty word here. Or, I don't know, what else? Admin. Root. Any kind of Any single or double character. Any unprintable character. I'll probably have to research this, like what do most other games do to restrict what names can be used, right? Barcode. C++ backend, what was the reason? Two reasons for having a C++ backend. So I wanted to run in Linux. Actually, that's not a good reason. Maybe I only have really one reason why the backend is in C++, and that is because it's running unattended, headless, and so I don't need an interface, and I'm just really used to C++. So sort of a weak excuse. I could have written the backend in pretty much any language. I just picked C++ because I like it. Yeah. We don't want injection attacks. I think the stuff I've been writing is pretty resilient to that though. Should I say then though? Actually, why is this a comment? I don't know. This shouldn't be a comment. Should be in the description. Anything resembling an injection attack, like certain characters, right? Quote, parentheses, semicolon, etc. Any kind of punctuation, etc. There's probably lots of other things we want to prevent. Those are just off the top of my head and from your suggestions. Yeah, I actually have another friend on Twitch who does all the server stuff in Elixir as well. And yeah, I don't think he's here today unless he's lurking. But that's from what I've watched of his stream, it looks pretty cool. I'm just not used to it. I'm just used to C++, so if they are, let's shortcut it, say if they're not registered, we want to eventually return. But before we do, we're going to send them back a fake message so that we mask the fact that the user doesn't exist. So we're going to send a text message. All the messages are JSON objects, and they are encoded. So it's going to resemble what the test expects. The test expects what? Here it is. It's just this. We just tell them, yeah, we sent you an email. Check your email. Send text. There we go. You could test to see if it's an injection attached by running the usernames against a production database, checking for errors. Yeah. Yeah, right. I think my stuff is pretty safe from injection attacks because I always run stuff through objects which do the official rules for escaping characters that need to be escaped. So I'll have the same kind of thing if I ever talk to a database. I'll have some kind of, pattern you have to pass that, well, actually not just a pattern, a replacement that will, it'll just escape all those characters. But so technically that the Robert drop table users could be a valid username as long as I escape the heck out of it, but it's sort of, that would be, I think, just too ridiculous. Yeah, exactly. Arl, you at it again? For those of you who don't know the meme, it's XKCD drop table. Hi, this is your son's school. We're having some trouble with the computers. Oh dear, did he break something? In a way, did you really name your son Robert drop table students? Oh yes. Little Bobby Tables, we call him. Well, we've lost this year's student records. Hope you're happy, and I hope you've learned something about sanitizing your database inputs. Oh, I shouldn't have just closed that. I wanted to link that. There we go. All right. That should pass the test that was breaking back here, right? The one where we Password request for unregistered user. Oh, I should have put my cursor on it first. Okay, it still didn't pass. It didn't send it. Oh, wait, that test is not quite right. We can't just expect it to be received right away. We have to, this is sort of a side effect of the way I did things. We have to do a player, actually, no, there's a better way. I had this built in, right? So player wait for messages. There we go. So let me make sure that that really does. So if I remove this code, it should break it again. Control-Shift-T? Really? So if I do the XKCD and then I kill it, Control-Shift-T. Oh, you're the man, Steve, or the woman. I can't just assume your gender. You are the user of the day. Nice tip. Add that to my memory somehow. Okay, hold on. This breaks it. Correct, right? Yes. So then that is the test. That is the code we're testing in that test. Probably also this one will pass as well. No? It's still appended. Oh, that's right. Hold on. That test is also broken. Because we still, as leader, we still get one message. Let's just make this one that it's equal to 1, and that it's not the message we thought it would be. Actually, more general would be just a loop through. So for const auto entry in mock journal entries, we just expect not equal to this command for the, well, if entry dot command is not equal to null, we'll expect that that's not the command's type. Noticing that after I blew away all of the build folder, IntelliSense is acting a lot better. I should just use a gender-neutral term, like you are the viewer of the day. Oh, the font ligatures? Yeah, if you're curious about that, I have an explanation there. That was Endless Zocker, I think, who recommended that. Yep. I should VIP Endless Zocker, but I'm out of VIP slots. Okay, Endless Zocker is going to be next in line for VIP if I free up a slot. So you're a VIP in waiting. I need to remember that. It's just it doesn't. It's just a little badge. That's all it really is, right? But I do want to make use of it for something. Why not? It's free. Okay, now that's passing. Okay, this also should work now. Okay, and then this is not working because that's the last piece. Oh, wait a minute. Notify. Hold on. That should not have passed. I think I screwed that test up. Oh, right. I screwed it up. The player isn't registered. I need to register them. We need to register Alex before we do that. Because that shouldn't have passed yet. Hello. How are you doing? I love your username, especially when you have a problem. Although it's sort of... I don't know. I hope you don't mind me teasing you. The first time you came in here, you were like, it said, please help. And I'm like, that's perfect. I'm sorry, I shouldn't tease you. Okay, that should fail my test now. Properly fail because I haven't implemented that. Nice. So yeah, we need to notify a client when it's been sent. We only know it's sent when the token shows up. And right now the token's showing up, but the coordinator is not registered to handle it. So let's register to handle it. Similar to how the configuration we subscribe on configuration change, we're going to do the same thing with the players. We're going to subscribe and on players changed. And there's a delegate we get back which we can call to unsubscribe before we exit. Down here. We just need to store it, so that goes here. It's a players unsubscribe delegate. Oh, it's a Peep Show reference? I didn't know that. You study electrical engineering, and apparently you need to be a genius to be successful electronics engineer, so computer science. Yeah, computer science, I remember studying a little of both because I did computer engineering degree where you take upper division classes in both. Electrical engineering, I do agree, was you need to be a pretty smart guy. I couldn't do it. I barely scraped through. This is the function to call in order to remove our subscription to player changes. Okay. Where was that? Here. So we need a method. Oh. We made a... Alright. Actually, why did I do it this way? I don't remember why. We could just put it in directly, right? Maybe it was just to make it look nicer. It's really just forwarding to our own shared, this player's changed. I need to make one of those. And then we'll add it where this is declared. We'll add it there too. This method is provided to the player's object as a delegate to be called whenever player records are changed. Okay, so what do we want to do there? Oh, actually that delegate won't quite fit, will it? Because we are given a player name as well. We're given the username of who changed. So that has to be put in here. And we need to tunnel it like that. And so it goes in. Right, it goes in the player. Hold on. On player changed. And I'm going to steal from this definition here, the documentation for it. Okay. There we go. So, synchronize with other threads. And I think what we'll do, we have to record the fact that the client says that they're Alex, for example, and we don't know if they're correct or not. I know what I'll do. So, where is it? On request. What we'll do is before we append that to the log, we'll record in their entry. So that is client. We'll record that they are, let's say, password reset requested for, and then we'll just put what they say their username is. Because I need to basically find that client again, and they might have disconnected, in which case we just don't send them anything. And I can use that down here, by the way. Okay, so that we're going to add to client record. That doesn't really matter where I add it, doesn't. We'll just put it here. If the client is having problems logging in and has requested a password reset. This is the username they claim to... This is the username of the player they claim to be. Sound good? Well, you can kind of, for some of the stuff I do, you can kind of do it because all the reusable components are in my GitHub, and I try to push the code every commit I make, so you could theoretically follow along, but you're not going to see me actually typing. And of course, for this game stuff, you won't, because it's right now it's proprietary, because I don't know exactly what business model I'll make out of it. If it ends up being open source, you'll be able to follow along that too. But for now, yeah. You know, that is a great idea for a Twitch extension, though. What if there was a Twitch extension that let me show the field of text I'm working on, and you can look through it? I think Twitch is looking for ideas right now for coding up extensions. That would be a cool thing, wouldn't it? I don't mind so much about the open source code being stolen because it's already publicly readable in GitHub. So yeah, let's say there was an extension for that, I'd probably enable it for the open source stuff, just for fun. But yeah, the proprietary stuff, not so much. I mean, people could screen grab this and reconstruct it, but I think it would be just an enormous effort and not worth it in the end. Okay. We set it, now I'm going to use it when it comes back. So on player changed. So we're going to basically look and see, well, if, let's get a record of it. So auto player equals players index username. Actually, we need to check. They might have been deleted, so we'll do an early check. If players is registered, if they're not registered, we'll just early exit. That's sort of to prevent a race condition where they send a password reset and they immediately send. Why does this not work? They'll immediately send a request to destroy their account, and then we grant that, and then it's like, well, this one comes back. Well, the player doesn't exist anymore. So we look them up, and we'll say if the player's password reset token is not empty. Now we need to locate them and send them a message to let them know that we've sent an email. For now, so to do, leader would send an email at this point. And then we'd have like a flag saying, yes, we sent the email. Actually, no, we need that flag anyway, because we only want to do this part once, right? And it should only be done. Okay, one part will be done by the leader, I guess. Whoever's designated to send emails will do that part. But then we should also have a flag to remember that we told the client that. Actually, it doesn't really matter. We can tell them more than once. It doesn't matter. But anyway, at this point, we are going to look up the client. So actually, there's already up here, right? We're going to find out if that's the client that a password request was sent for. Actually, there's another use for this. If, let's say Alice is already logged in, and then someone pretending to be Alice tries to reset Alice's password, Alice will immediately get a message saying, someone's trying to reset your password, right? This is, so we'll loop through all clients because Alice might be connected more than once. So if client dot second dot password reset requested for equals username, then we will send them a message. So client dot first arrow send text. JSON object to encoding, and then the message is whatever the test expected to see. Password request email sent. And then we won't break out. We'll do it for, because he might get connected through multiple clients. And that's it, right? They'll continue to get that message until they actually reset the password. Which we could use also in the client. We could have an indicator in the client saying, by the way, a password reset is pending for you. So if they like close their browser and opened it up again, and it had cached the state of the fact that, actually, I guess it wouldn't work anyway. Never mind. Talking to myself. Didn't work. All right, so why not? It should have gotten to this point. Maybe it didn't. It did get to that point. But is clients empty? No, clients has an entry. Oh, I didn't set that. That's probably an issue. I should have set that, though. What's the username? Alex. Okay, so it didn't set the password reset requested for correctly. So this didn't happen. Okay, it's getting there too quickly. It's bypassing somehow. This should have done it though. I wonder if, we probably have to let the coordinator run a loop, I think. Yeah. Yeah, it's one of these test problems. Because some of these things are asynchronous, when it's running in the test environment, we can't just immediately do that. We have to let the coordinator do the append and then have that happen. All right. Try again. Oh, maybe I'm wrong. So yeah, this isn't being handled correctly. So where should that be handled? On request? It's not getting in. Oh, they're not registered? Maybe? They should be registered. Okay, what's going on? Let's try this again. Username is Alex. They are registered. Oh, we're not the leader. Right. Oh, yeah, this needs to go outside of that if, doesn't it? Right. That's the bug. Because whether or not we're the leader, we're the one talking to the client. So when it eventually does get set, it's our job to tell them. Right? So let's see, that passes now. Yay! It passes. Fixed it. So we generated the code. We haven't done this one yet. So we did that. The last part will be to allow, if we receive a new password with the correct token, we can set the password. So we'll do that. I need to take a short restroom break, and I'll get back to that. And these other things should go pretty quick, I think. And so I'll be able to get onto the React stuff before I run out of time today. Yeah, I'll be going for another, like, at least an hour and a half. So hopefully I'll get to the React stuff for those who might be waiting for that. I'll be right back, okay? Be right back. Actually, I'm going to show the Trello page instead. There we go. Let me show this. No, not the intermission sound. Oh well. I'll just turn off the camera. I'll be right back. Okay. Yeah, I think what I'll do is instead of showing this thing, I'll show this, but then the be right back thing will be basically right there. Hello, how's it going? Clumsy? I'm working on adding player registration and authentication into a new game I'm setting up. The game doesn't exist, but I'm setting up the infrastructure. So I'm working on like setting up an account, logging in, doing the password reset right now first. Well, not first. Doing the password reset stuff. This is more. Yeah, I really should have done this first. I'm doing it in a random order. Anyway, I'm doing a lot of the stuff in the back end. These yellow ones are back end work, and then the green ones are going to be in JavaScript using React, so that'll be fun. So the last piece of this puzzle was to allow them to actually set a new password if they know the token, right? So let me check in the work I have so far. This is all the work to start the reset process. So Realm server. This is allow password. This is password reset process initiation. So generate password reset token upon request if a player is registered. Unregistered players, for unregistered players, just pretend we sent an email. And that's so that people can't just keep trying usernames to find out who actually is registered and who isn't. And let client know when an email is sent. We don't actually do this email sending yet, so let's say note. Email's not yet actually sent. I need to research the best way to do that part. Why don't I use the integrated Git client? I have, oop, I did the wrong place, didn't I? I have a Git. Is this gonna answer it? Yes, I don't use the one integrated because it doesn't have problems, and I have a long wall of text explanation for it, but the TLDR, which I should probably put in there. Actually, do I? I might have a TLDR version. That is, why don't I use it? No, I don't have a TLDR. I'll add a TLDR up here. But basically, because I use multiple repositories, and I do it with this weird way of having a manifest file, which is like, I think Android still does this, right? Android software breaks their code up into separate repositories, and they use a tool to clone them. Because of the way I do this, VS Code doesn't actually know when I make changes to subordinate repositories, and it screws other things up. So I have to use a separate tool that doesn't really care if I have a nested repository. Now, if they were to fix that, I would probably go back to using the one that's integrated. Okay, so we're adding a new test, right? This is when they set the new password. So set new password using password reset token. I guess that should also log them in, right? I think it should log them in. Oh, thanks. There's a explanation of what I'm doing with test-driven development and Google Test there. And I made a video because people were asking me, well, how would you do this from day one, which I demonstrated in that video. But yeah, I tried to make a test for any new feature or any bug that I'm fixing. See that the test fails at first, and then add the code or fix the bug to make the test pass. Been trying to stick to that habit. It's kind of tough because you're investing a lot of time to set up these tests, and it's hard to justify it first. I justify it in the end by saying, look at all the glorious test cases that constantly run and verify I didn't break anything. Glorious. Okay, so I want to take one from a client who's registered. Let's take this. This is probably pretty close. I should also have one. Or if they give the wrong token, right? Set new password using... How about two cases? No password reset token. There should also be one when there's no reset and no reset requested. When no password reset pending, because I don't want people to hack other people's accounts by saying, "Hey, I have a reset token. It's empty string. Set this to a password." I don't want that to work. Anyway, the normal case will be, we register Alex. We will set Alex's, oh, actually, I can do this like this, right? I can say, Alex, we can preset his token to Glorious. Add him in. And then we don't need to set this. Yeah, right. The very first message will be that they set password, right? Username Alex, and then they have to have the token. Glorious. That should be enough to log them in and reset their password. Oh no, we need to have the new password, right? Password. Number 2, of course. Wait for that to happen. So, what should I expect? It actually depends if it's a leader or a follower, right? If it's a follower, it's got to forward that to the leader. If it's the leader, it will apply a new command, which I haven't invented yet. Let's code it out though. Or maybe I should do the command first. I guess in essence, what does he get back? He'll get back that I guess we'll just say he's logged in for now. And that'll tell him that the password was reset happened and that they're logged in. So this first one, it needs to be the leader of the cluster. So I simulate that by doing one of these, right? No. This. When we first set things up, we say that you are the leader, right? So the forwarded one, actually that I can pick from the other one, right? Forwarded to leader. I forgot to make the shell for it. There we go. Would it be possible to inject some kind of asynchronous worker in the coordinator for unit testing so you don't have to do the wait in the test? Asynchronous worker. Well, that's what we're waiting for. We're waiting for the asynchronous worker to go one loop. This is basically to slow down the test so that it waits for each step to happen. Saltmeister, thank you for the follow. This sort of is the sync message right here. I don't know if you mean something different. Maybe I'm not understanding. All right, I need this test to have a unique name. Set new password forwarded to leader. So here, someone else is the leader, right? Alex is in the pool. I think I need the same kind of thing where it's not forwarded if they are if they don't exist. So the peer identifies himself as the leader, and then this message is going to be the same message as up here. And then we expect that to be forwarded to the leader. Right? You mean a worker that... Okay, I'll wait. So I'm going to also duplicate this test up here. Unregistered player. So an unregistered player, we attempt to do something, it will... I think we'll just disconnect them. No, actually no. We should just send a message saying... Or should we disconnect them? What do we do if someone logs in with a bad password? Do we disconnect them, force them to reconnect, or do we give them a few retries? That's sort of another system. I should have a note for that in here. So deal with multiple bad login attempts. So I forgot to label the other one too. So this one is more of a security thing, right? Where is security? Security. So yeah, I think that's self-describing. What was this one labeled for? Oh, this is a restriction on usernames, so what would that be under? Also security? Sure, why not? A worker that executes synchronously. I suppose that's another way to do it. But the problem is, like in this case, the sending of the message is through an actual WebSocket, and the WebSocket is asynchronous. So I would have to make a synchronous WebSocket. It could be done, but it would take a lot of mocking, right? Or it would take a whole. It would require that I have an alternate way of receiving messages that's synchronous. So this is just easier. I guess the full answer is I'm just lazy. And this is the cost of my laziness, that I have to synchronize. Okay, so these are the new tests, right? Set new password using reset token. Okay, this one is different in what way? This one was supposed to be forwarded, right? No, it looks exactly the same. I think this one was copied by mistake. Set a new password. If we do it from a follower, it should be forwarded. And then here are test cases where they try to do it with no token at all. When there's no reset pending at all. And actually, there should be one for where it's... I think this is what I was doing, and I got distracted. There's one for when the password is bad, or when the token is bad. Set new password using password reset token, using bad reset token. And the other one will be good. So the bad one will be that they say, please. They shouldn't get logged in. Right, this is what led me to think, what do they do for bad password? If they're coming in through this route, I actually don't mind disconnecting them, because it's obviously going to be a bad... Well, no, obviously, it might not be a bad one. It might be a stale reset password token. I guess we just want to send something back in. Actually, how about instead of logged in, we say it's a login status, and then we'll have a status in here. Async code is very messy in unit tests, and so unless it is the async itself you're testing. Yeah, that's true. So I've tried to hide it away. This used to be a lot more complicated, so it's really just a test helper. How come I can't go to it? It makes a new promise, gets the future for it, and then waits on that promise, and then inside the worker thread, I look for that promise, and at the beginning I pick it up. I think it's this, if that flag is set. This is actually a misnomer. It doesn't make the promise. It checks to see if a promise was made. So if a promise was made to signal when it was runs one loop, then it signals it here, and then drops the promise. So all that complicated stuff is kind of buried by this helper and then by the stuff built in. So this is as much as I've reduced it down to one line, basically. But you're right. The goal should be to make that 0 lines, because it's not the focus of the tests. Bad token. Right, so the state status. How about success? No, login status. Logged in. Why not, right? And then I'll just replicate this. We'll just say bad password, I think. I'll reuse that later. So they'll just get the saying you entered a bad password. Maybe let them reset it again, maybe. Okay. Forwarded to leader. And the same thing here, so it will be the leader case. Oh, wait a minute. I didn't do the leader setting correctly. Not leader forwarded. Forwarded to leader. Here we go. Right, mobilize. They become the leader. Here too. And then these sort of follow that, right? So no password reset token would be that is empty. They try to reset it and even try empty one. We should get bad password, right? Why not? They attempted to set a new password. There was none in progress. They should just get a generic login fail. All right. And then none is pending. Oh, hold on. This is if there's no token at all. So this one has no token at all. And this one is none pending at all. And so they try to set it when it's empty. Okay, so those are just corner cases. Let's try that out. They should all fail, right? What did not build? Oh, I occasionally get that, and I think it's if I'm on Test Explorer when I build, Test Explorer is like reading some of the files that are being built, and so it can't rebuild them in Windows. I just hit build again and it comes back. I think another symptom of that is the unit tests disappear, and then here now they're back. Hey there, Aiden. Aiden, how's it going? All right, so that's the first step of test-driven development. We added tests that fail. So we can do the forwarding thing first. I'm doing well. I'm working on user logins for a game that doesn't exist yet. Sort of doing things backwards, I guess. I want to get the user login thing first so I have security so that I can put this stuff up onto the cloud so that then I can build a game on top of it and as soon as possible have people actually able to log in and watch me build it. So one of the prerequisite steps, right? Have security. So let's see. We can do the forwarding. The set password is the command we have to add. That's in the client message table. Right here. So we'll add a new command. On set password. Yeah, if you have any questions, let me know. But all my notes are in OneNote. They're publicly readable, so you can start there. And there's also the today command, and there's also my Trello, which you'll see me occasionally go to. It looks like this. So working on password reset now. And this is all in C++, the yellow ones. I'm setting up the backend, and then I'll do some front end stuff, which is in React JavaScript in the browser. On set password, we'll put it near this guy. Let's collapse him. I don't need that. Yeah, I can't wait to get to the game client development. Probably, I don't know. I think we're getting closer. The way I'm judging it is how far I'm getting along in the major systems. So these top 4, well, this one also maybe, and this one. But these top 4 are really strict requirement. I need these done. There are strict requirements for doing anything. And then once I have these 4, the client handoff and validation we can do anytime. But I can actually start doing real game stuff if this is set up. So I'll be really happy when I get through this authentication stuff now, because I can actually start adding real game stuff. I mean, the game's going to look like garbage at first, because all games look bad when you first start with nothing, but I hope to just kind of improve it over time, make something that is interesting and fun. We'll see. Okay, this is handling set password. So I think we're going to do the same kind of deal here, where if it comes in and we are if it's not a registered, we'll just send right away that it's a bad login. Right? And we don't need that. If we are the leader, now we'll do the verification step, right? We need to make sure that the token matches. So we would say we need to decode the token, right? So const auto token equals base64 decode the message. Is it message? Yeah, message token. And then if, oh, wait a minute. There was the case where there's nothing pending, right? So we should put that in here. If they're not registered or the player. So that's index. So operator index, username, password retoken, set token is empty. So if there's no token or they're not registered at all, then bad login. Otherwise, we should be able to get a token out. And let's get access to that player. I don't want to do it up here because they might not be registered. Only down here. So here. Const. Well, hold on. This always returns us a copy, right? So we can just say auto, const auto. Player equals that. By the way, all these context engines, that's because I need to refactor this. This function is not in the class, the engine class. I really should move it there. When I do, I'll be able to just search, replace, or remove all of these indirections, which are bad. So excuse the mess. Like if you're walking into a building and it's under construction, you see the sign that says, please excuse our mess, we're remodeling. So same thing with my code. I'm mostly focused on getting the code to work first. And then once it works, then I change my focus to making it correct, which includes making it look nice. And then third step would be make it run fast if it's too slow. That's the make it work, make it right, make it fast principle, I think. I think that's what it's called. If player dot password token is not equal to the The other way around sounds better to me. If token is not equal to the password reset token, we only want to do that in the... Actually, no. We can do it everywhere, can't we? Yeah, so we can do it up here as well. Let's fetch the token out. Is not equal to token. And I had decided that it looked better to do it this way. Yeah, we can early respond right away without all this business if we do that. So here it's verified. So I don't even need I don't need the token. Yeah, so I don't have a command to do it. I'm going to leave this code in here as a placeholder. Right now we'll just do the forwarding, which is there. So is that it? Wondering why I'm getting that. That was IntelliSense being a little crazy. So the forwarding should work. It doesn't. Why not? Let's see if it even gets here. Well, it gets there. Oh, wait a minute. Are they not registered? Alex is registered. Oh, maybe the token wasn't registered. Oh, I probably screwed up the test. I bet the token's not there. Yeah, there's no token. Okay, so that test won't work. All the tests that need to get to this point need to have a token in there. Which one was that? That was set new password forwarded to leader. Actually, all of these have to have this, right? Yes. That was just bad. Have to have a token in there. This one was okay. Okay, good. So hopefully that's what the problem was. Yes, yes, no. Try again. That's the password reset token. Oh, right. It has to be base 64. I forgot about that. Okay. Not to worry. We can do this. So I need I already have base 64. So in the JSON, it has to be base 64. So if that's the token, the bad one is, it's okay. It can be whatever. But the good one needs to be the base 64 encoding of it. Right? Same thing on the forwarding. There we go. Why did it didn't not? Oh, the matching is not right. There we go. There we go. Bad password should also pass now, right? Good one will not pass because I need to add a command for that. No password reset token should work. No password pending should work. Okay, so we're down to one thing. Yay! So this good password reset token, it still won't work because we actually have to do the password resetting. We could fake it for now, but I mean, I could fake it for now. Is that good enough? I would just send that it's successful. Logged in. Do I want to do that? That's sort of lame. Actually, the only reason No, I do want to verify it. Actually, I want to do more than that. I want to. They has to not only be logged in, but the password needs to be changed, right, with the new command. So I need the new command. Let me think about this. Actually, this needs to be split up into two parts because this is the second part after it gets committed to the cluster. We need to commit the new password to the players. It has to be replicated to the cluster, and then we say that they're logged in. So let's split this. Actually, before I do that, okay, I will shortcut it temporarily. So the shortcut will be, instead of appending to the log, we'll just say, hey, good job. You are logged in. Actually, that won't even work, will it? Because it's going to send it to the wrong WebSocket. Oh, wait a minute. No, it'll work. This will work. But it's cheesing. It's not actually resetting the password. So, but that's good. That's good enough for now. To actually reset the password, I need a command for that. So, new command. I have too many things open. New command. Called, I guess, set password. Set password. So all of those matches need to be changed to set password. All right. So I guess I just put the password in here, right? Yeah, all these tokens are now actually the password. But it needs to be hashed. So in the test, we'll need to make sure it's hashed correctly. So in addition to the password, we include all the hash parameters, right? And I put that in player record. The salt, we need to come up with the salt iterations and algorithm. Right, the salt is different for every user. These could be different, but I think I'll make them the same for now. So we'll just need salt. And what better salt than, what is it called? PJ salt. Isn't that the best kind of salt? Wouldn't you agree? That's the best kind of salt here. All right. Command salt. So again, these commands are really just wrapped up events or tasks. Maybe I'm just going to do it now. This is annoying, so I'm going to make a master include that includes all of them. I think I can just cheese it by, I have a directory called commands. That doesn't prevent me from having a file called commands.hpp, right? And that can simply be empty except for a bunch of includes. This module simply includes all the command realm server commands header files. Okay, then I don't have to keep changing this set whenever I add one. So right now, I can just do this. So this can all go away, actually. I can go to that, and then these can go to that. I don't even think I need a header guard, but I'll do it anyway. And you know what I've been forgetting to do is update this. I think I forgot. Did I forget the last one? Oh no, it's there. There are 5 commands there, so just adding another one here. Oh, while I'm here, I might as well add the one I'm about to do. And along with its CPP file. There we go. Set password. Set password is just set password. Oh, that's wrong. I forgot to update this one, which is used to initiate the process of resetting a player's password. And then this one used to change a player's password. Or set. Well, change. Set, change, whatever. This is the new password for the player. Actually, how is it exactly described in the player record? It's hash, so maybe we'll keep the names. So this is the output of the selected hashing algorithm. Let's just simplify this. This is the digest of the player's password after passing it through the selected hashing algorithm. Sure. This is the salt input to the selected hashing algorithm. Okay, we'll just keep that. And I need username, don't I? The username, hash, and salt. There's no password. Don't need that anymore. Okay. This one copied. Set password. Set password. So it's hash and salt. You feel like it would be really convenient to have it automatically generate the commands header? Yeah, a lot of this is boilerplate. I have to think about some of this stuff can be generated through templates and through preprocessor trickery. I don't want to get into that bad habit of using the preprocessor too much, but yeah, there's something to be said about simplifying the boilerplate here. This I need to update, right? Oh, here we go. We're going to include the commands.hpp. Much easier. And this is now hash. And so I need to actually hash that. Oh, well, does it matter? It could be anything. I don't think the password object, I mean the set player command, the set password command doesn't care. Yeah, we might as well hash it once and then send it in the command, so that's more efficient, right? Okay, cool. That builds, right? I hope. I always forget something. He hardly ever builds the first time. Yeah, of course. I forgot something. Change configuration. Oh, snap. That's right. They're in a subdirectory called commands. There we go. All right, so let's test the commands. Good. Yeah, I didn't expect that to break. Now, we have to execute the command, don't we? So, actually, the player's thing doesn't have a method to set the password and then hash, does it? Let's add that. So, set password. So it's kind of like setting the token, only we're setting two things. Hash and salt. PJ salt is the best kind of salt. Set password. Hash salt. Verify that its auth hash has been set. And the salt has been set. And add set password. Actually, it's much the same as this. Oh, I forgot the username. Player one name. Okay, set password. That's the hash and the salt. Steal from player record. Actually, I kind of wanted to... Let's steal from the command instead. Okie doke. Here's CPP. Alright, so their auth hash and salt. And this is all protected by the mutex, so it's all atomic. Atomic. Player test. Yay. Alright, so that leaves the coordinator, right? Right, to actually do the thing. So it's in two parts now. I'm going to split that test into two. I'm looking at the wrong one. I closed it. Close everything again. Alright, so this one. This needs to be broken up into two tests. One is set password appended on set password using good. There we go. And then this one is login success when set password committed. Actually, there's one more thing I need to add, which is I need to add a flag for the client saying that they are logging in. Or that they are setting their password, basically. Okay, so here, we won't expect this. We're expecting kind of what I expected when the set password, or reset password was requested. This one, no, not that one. This one. So when they send a matching token with a new password, we'll expect a set password command to be put into the log. The usernames, hash, and salt should all match. So here's where it gets a little tricky. Hold on, let me fix this one. It gets tricky because I don't know what the salt is going to be. I guess I can cheat. I can take this salt, I can verify the salt is something, then use the salt in the command to check the hash, right? I'd have to also know how many iterations are going to be used. Actually, you know what we'll do is we'll have the iterations and algorithms set when the player's record is created in the first place, which means that we'll put it here. Auth.iterations is 1,000. And the real thing will be probably 100,000. Algorithm, I just need to put something that doesn't really matter, does it? This only really matters later if I support multiple algorithms. df2. So what I'm intending to use right now is hmac SHA-512. So this will just be a way that we can recreate the check down here. So the salt will expect that it's not empty. And then we'll compute the hash here. So I did this before, which will come in handy now. We did computation of the hashes up here, right? Where was it? Oh no, it wasn't here. It was, where was it? I don't remember. SHA-512. Aha, we did it here. Okay, yeah, so here it is. That's how we compute that. This is the hash algorithm I want to use. So we need to get the hash and then make sure that the hash matches. So I need all the right headers. We need the same headers that this guy pulls in. HMAC, PBK, DF2, and SHA-2. There we go. Where was I? Oops, what happened? There it is. Oh, I had a helper too. Let's pull in that same helper. Iterations, that will be from the player, this 1000. My cat did a little feeble meow. Hold on a second. See if the cat's okay. Okay, that was weird. He was asleep and he meowed in his sleep. Oh, look at that. I have a little halo. Okay, it's gone now. Direct sunlight reflecting off something. Let me fix that. That bugs me. I get direct sunlight through the window behind me onto the back of my blue screen, and it does that little halo effect. Okay, so that's the check, right? We have some kind of salt. Oh no, here's the problem. I need to take the salt from there. And the password that we picked. Glorious. Actually, why am I not... Shouldn't I be putting that there too? Oh, that was the reset token. Right, so we need to set, I'll need a constant for what they want to set their password to. Which of course is the best password in the entire internet, which is Hunter2. I think I've completely overused that meme now at this point. So we take the new password, we hash it with the salt and get back something that should match what's in the command. There we go. So when it's committed is different. We don't need this at all. Hold on, let me think about this. Actually, the command's going to do two things, right? It's going to, yeah. The command needs to set the password and then clear the reset token as well. Could the coordinator be called more directly? Does the send text message? Yes, it sort of does. Because I want to test it as close to how it will operate in the real server as possible. So I'm using a real WebSocket to talk to it. Although you raise an interesting deal. What if I had an injection point right past the WebSocket where I could call it directly? Then I wouldn't maybe need the asynchronous stuff. No, you've understood it. That's making me think that that might be a good idea. So I would have a direct method into the coordinator to deliver a message and then bypass all the WebSocket stuff. That's interesting. Because yeah, the capability of receiving messages is, I could test that separately, but then what we do when we receive the message, I could, yeah, if we're not testing its actual reception, we could call it directly. No, actually, it would still be a unit test. It's just, it's actually probably what I should do, because I really only want each test to focus on the thing it's concerned about. These tests are not concerned about the fact that it's JSON, really. Really, it's the fields in the message that are applicable, not the encoding, not the reception, not the fact that it's asynchronous. Let me think about that. That's a good idea. All right, so when it's committed, let me look at the other test to refresh my memory about this. Okay, yeah, it's this. Yeah, I do want to have the message reception covered. It's very well covered already. I would keep a little bit of it though. Yeah, so when something is committed, the coordinator finds out just because we do the setting. So we're simulating what the executor would do. So right, the players, when we set password, should clear the token. That's the other thing I forgot to test. I put that in now before I forget. That's players tests. So we will let us start with a reset token for player 1. Pepe. Then we'll set one, and then we'll make sure that the token got reset. We only want the token to be applied once. It was getting in my way there. Empty. That I wanted to do. And it's not going to do it yet, so we need to fix that. Right, it's not cleared. So to clear it, go into players. Set password should clear. Oh, actually, why am I indexing it over and over again? We should just get a reference to it. Right? Wouldn't that be a smart thing to do? Spell it right. So clear it. Cool. All right, back to the other thing. Back to where I was. Right, so login success. Do not need to do this, do I? We just need to have Alex in there, right? Yeah, he needs to be in there with a token. It has to get through the token check. And that is part of the setup. And then when it's committed, it's through the players. Set password. And I have to hash this again. And come up with the salt, of course. Actually, who's going to come up with the salt? That'd be the coordinator? Yeah, so we need to get the salt back. So I don't need to do all this assertion stuff, but I do need to recover the command to get the salt out. That's part of this. So we'll just assume the other test make sure that this works. So this we can just bypass directly and just get it out. So it will appear. The other test ensures that the second journal entry will be a set password. And then I can get the salt out. I don't need to do that. We can get the salt. A standard, no, auto. All right, we have the salt. So compute the hash. The new password. Anywhere here. That we should just use there. Okay. Alex, hash salt. So it should come back saying it's logged in because the coordinator needs to remember that that user was trying to set their password. So when their password gets set, by the fact that the token is cleared, it will say, okay, you're logged in. Sound good? Sound good to me. Oh, we got a crash. One of them crashed. Oh, right, because the first test is failing. So this one is failing. Oops, forgot to set my cursor on it. There we go. Yeah, so it's not actually appending it because I didn't do that code yet. Coordinator engine. So that'll pick up the command. So instead of doing this, well, let's keep that around because I'll need that later. But we're going to do this instead. And instead of set password reset token, it's just set password. Username. Oh, wait. Did I set the iterations up here? This one doesn't need to, but this one does. Yes, it said it. Okay, good. Good, good, good. So here we need to come up with the salt. I suppose that should just make this a helper function, right? generate some salt, and then hash, compute hash from the given password. This reminds me, I should probably do make sure passwords are, so reject bad passwords. Words. So, common sense. Don't allow stupid passwords. Right? So that's a security thing they need to do. A lot of work into this last item. Actually, I'm wondering if I'll have time to get to the React stuff. I kind of feel like I promised to do that though. So the hash is computed from the rest of the entry, so the rest of the entry had a bunch of things in it. Salt iterations algorithm. Right, so let's pull it straight out of the player entry. So auth dot, well, yeah, iterations, we'll use iterations and algorithm. Just passing it in case I ever need them, but really we just need the salt. So compute the hash from salt, iterations, and algorithm. Then append it to the log. So that's one half of it. Let's make these helper functions. Generate salt and compute hash. I need this to be part of the engine because it needs some of the configuration, I think. Is mayonnaise a secure password? No. Actually, is mayonnaise not secure? It's a single word, so it's vulnerable to dictionary attacks. Yeah, where to put it? I don't know. Doesn't really go here. And all the messaging stuff. Actually, how about right here? So this is a what type? String. Generate salt. Constant, right? Actually, no, it's going to touch the random number generator. And the other helper was compute hash. And that one can be const, right? Generate a random whatever the formal thing is. Okay, it doesn't have a formal thing. Actually, the PBK df2, I probably said what it is, right? Hash include. So what did I say for salt? Sequence of bits known as cryptographic salt. I guess that's good enough because they can look it up if they don't know what it means. Generate a random sequence of bits known as a cryptographic salt. A random sequence of bits known as a cryptographic salt is returned. And this one. I'm trying to say it in words that don't use the name itself. So take the, actually no, it occurs to me we need to put the password in as well. So the password is not taken from the message yet, so we'll take it from the message. It's in clear, but you have to remember that all these messages go through transport layer security, in other words, SSL. So I looked this up to make sure that it is generally considered safe to send passwords in the clear if you're using transport layer security, because the connection itself is already secured. The alternative would be to hash it on the client side, but that is actually a little bit less secure because then you have to expose the salt to the client. So an attacker could get the salt for your password without any problem at all, which would be kind of, so that's sort of weakens the algorithm a bit. All right, so the message, salt, password. Iterations is a size, I believe, and then this is a string, which I'm not going to use right now, but I will use it if I ever add more hash algorithms to it. Okay, take the given password and salt values and run them through the given hash algorithm using the given number of hashing iterations to returning the digest. Someone submits a weak password, should you auto-promote it to Hunter 2? That would be evil. Instead, I'm just going to say you can't set your password to that, and I'll handle that later. But Hunter 2 is definitely on that list of bad passwords, right? you would hope that there's probably a dictionary out there. I haven't done this research yet, but there's probably a dictionary out there that has like bad passwords, and I bet Hunter 2 is in there, along with password 12345, empty string, and names of the month, you know, common first names, that kind of thing. This is the password to hash. Salt. These I will pick straight from the hashing algorithm, I think. Number of iterations desired. Algorithm, I guess I'll just write that one. 2.0 should pass. Yeah, I had a friend who would like to do that. I don't know why, but he'd pick something that the whatever website said that's not strong enough. He would just add an exclamation point or a 1 to it or a 2 to it, and then it would pass. It's like, okay, this is a unique identifier. This uniquely identifies the hashing algorithm to use. All right, so now that placeholders are set for them, we'll go to where that's implemented and then add them in. So right after this guy, and this guy goes next to it. All right, this ought to be pretty straightforward because I already have this code written in a couple places now. The generate salt, we can just, didn't I have that in the configuration already? No, I don't. Let's add it. I need to add it in 2 places then, right? So add it here in the real configuration. So password salt length. And that's supposed to be pretty long, right? So let's be nice and secure for the real server. No user input at all, yeah. That's in the React stuff. So we're gonna add it there, and also I need to remember to add it in the unit test stuff. Token length, so right here. And something not so long. How about 10? Okay. So we generate this salt by making a vector of bytes and salt, whose size is the cached configuration password salt length. And then we ask the RNG to generate some stuff there. Salts data salt dot length, and then return. Wonder why I made it a string. Oh, because I wanted to store it. So if I want to store it in JSON, I really should base64 encode it, shouldn't I? square bracket. Sorry. Getting carried away there. Thank you. That was my clever plan to pull you out of lurkerdom. Smack my chi. Welcome. Thank you for the bug found. Oh right, so yeah. I do want to base 64 encode it, don't I? Yeah. Why is it not like length? Because length is not the right member, it's data. I do have base 64. So let's base 64 encode it. Return base 64 encode the salt. I just need to remember to decode it when I use it. What am I thinking? I just wasn't using my brain there. Okay, that's done. Computing the hash. This is the one I definitely have done. I was doing it in all these tests. And where it was in command tests. Yes, this stuff. So this is what we return. So I need to pull in the same headers, and I'll probably need the same helper. That's fine. Oh, right, context engine. Okay. Password goes there. Salt needs to be decoded. And then converted to a byte string. So that's base 64 decode salt. String, right. Need that helper. Where are you, helper? Here you are. Okay, actually, since this is the real code, I can't really get away with not documenting this. So let's do that. Convert the given string into the equivalent byte vector. This... Bad with keyboard today. I think the problem is my mic is moving and I'm having to adjust my posture. Okay, this is the string to convert. Keep it nice and simple. This is the byte vector equivalent of the given string. All right. So right now it's hard-coded that we're using the HMAC and that we're using SHA-512 and we're using PBKDF2. So later I would, if I have a second algorithm, I'll have it pick the algorithm based off of that. Iterations is iterations. Good. Okay, so this, will this work? I have a feeling I screwed something up though. I have a feeling this won't work. Yeah, something's not matching. The hash is not matching. I bet I screwed up the salt somehow. Because I don't know if I encoded it correctly. This one's going to decode it, so I probably forgot to encode it. That password append. Yes, I forgot to decode the salt here. Decode command salt. Ah. Yay! The other one won't work though, because I haven't done that part yet. But at least it shouldn't crash, right? I think it crashed. That's weird. It's still running. Is it in an infinite loop? Yep, it got killed. Okay, let's debug it. Is it in an infinite loop somewhere? What? Weird. That's weird. What happened? Over 9,000? Yeah. Over 9,000. It's getting stuck waiting. Why is it getting stuck? I was trying to send a message and it's getting stuck. Why would it get... Why... Hold on. I feel like in the reception of that message, I did something wrong, so hold on. Let's get my bearings here. Remove all breakpoints, put one there, and then when we run that test, I expect it to hit the hand on set password, right? So let's see what happens there. Go. Okay, it got there. Oh, the iterations is over 9,000. Smack my chi, you figured it out before I did. I forgot to initialize the iterations count in that test. Smack my chi knew it all along. Yes, we need to set that. So auth iterations 1,000. That's the only one that really matters. The other one doesn't matter. Well, I guess I should set it anyway. Actually, I should send it even for the bad one, right? Otherwise, it's gonna possibly take forever to run. Oh no, it won't even get there because it doesn't matter because the token doesn't match. That one matters, and we'll do the right thing and set the algorithm there so it doesn't break in the future. There. It was over 9,000 iterations. Yes, it was going forever, pretty much. Okay, so that's what it should do. It should fail because it doesn't get the message because that is not handled yet. That would be, we're going to do that when we get to on players changed. So it will be if the token is empty and we have a client who was setting it. So this, we're going to end up setting that. We got to look through this though first. And I might need a flag for this, right? It's going to be client first, not WS. Yeah, I need another flag of some sort. Like password being reset. Four. Okay, so that doesn't exist yet. We'll have to make it. And I only want this to happen to be done once, right? So that means I want to not only do that, but I want to clear it. Oh, and at this point we would record the fact that that client is that player, but I don't have that yet, so I'll just have a to-do here. Once clients start to track who is logged in, we will need to record the fact that this client is logged in as username. All right. Well, actually, it's that this client... Actually, we do want to keep it a loose association. We'll put the username in the client, and we'll always have to look it up and do these early exits. In fact, probably what we'll need to do is, if a player is unregistered, we should probably log them out by closing the client connections for them. Anyway, this will be good for now. Standard string, password being reset for. If the client is setting a new password and has provided a valid password reset token, this is the username of the player they claim to be. Exactly. So we need to actually set that in the first place. That's when we first get asked. So on reset, on request for password reset, no, it's on set password. Right. So after we validate that it is a matching token, we will record the fact that they're setting it. So here, so client dot equals username. There we go. Bada bing, bada boom. 1288. Oh yeah, we're gonna be we're mutating the client state when we do that. Yeah, so what happens if multiple clients are connected and it sets the password? I guess they all get logged in. They all passed. Actually, no, there's an interesting use case. If you try to set two different passwords, what happens? It'll be the second one, whichever one. Oh no, there's an atomic check for that, right? We clear the token. I clear the token, don't I? Oh no, I clear it in the commit. So they can both be appended. So maybe I should have a check. Like, it should check that it's not already being set. I'll do that later. They do not allow two set password commands, same token. We'll do that later, but for now, it will just, overwrite it. Or we'll basically have, it'll either overwrite the previous one, or we'll have two clients with two different clients with two different passwords being set. So yeah, it should work for now. For now. Still no. Okay, so why not? Let's see if it gets to that point. On player changed. Here. See if it got past this check. Yeah, okay. Got past that. Go. Okay, here it got to there. Alex. They're registered. There's no password reset token. It matches. Okay, so did I just not remember to do a sync? What test was this again? Login success. Yeah, I didn't do a sync. That would be, yeah. Coordinator. Wait. There we go. All right, so we can reset passwords now. As long as I have a user interface for this, and then the email works, we should be able to reset the password. Let's check it in. That took a lot longer than I thought it would. There we go. So add, what was the last commit? See, that was password reset process initiation. So realm server, actually I can just take that last commit and then reuse pieces of it. Password reset process finalization. So set password if reset token matches. If we're sending an email or using I haven't picked one yet. That's on my list to research. That is, I put it over here somewhere. I thought. Did I forget to put it here? I was going to do entity component system. I guess I forgot to do that. Let me add one. So, the research the best way to send email. I need to, I used to know how to send email. I just used SMTP. And yeah, I'm planning to use AWS, so it's probably I just need to look up how you send email with AWS. It's just new stuff I don't know because last time I had servers send email, it was just using SMTP when it was years and years ago. So I want to do the correct thing for 2019. That would be networking. Yeah, so I need to look that up. Set password if reset token matches. Is there anything else yet? Yeah, I'm going to keep the note in there. I'll pull that in with it. Okay, so only hold on to hashed passwords. Generate new salt each time password is set. Reset. Generate new salt when password is reset. And then what else did I do? Yeah, that's good enough. If you intend to use our SES, you have to submit a request to be able to use it, and it takes like a week. Okay, that's good to know. So I'll like, if I choose to go that way, I'll put that in the pipeline in advance. Thank you. Okay, that is committed. I haven't pushed this to Bitbucket in a while. Let me do that. And obviously also store a copy of the password in plain text so that you can switch. Yeah, right. I had an idea about how to do that actually. That would be if I wanted to transition to a better hash algorithm, you can do it during authentication. So they send you the password in plain text over a secure connection. Right now we'll be hashing it to see if the hash matches, but let's say it matches and we have like a flag set, like, or a variable set, like what is the current hash algorithm that we want to use. We would say, well, if the hash algorithm that they were using is old, we can update them by just computing the new hash and just updating their player record to have the new hash, new algorithm. And the user wouldn't even know. Unless we were to tell them, hey, by the way, we have upgraded the security of your password now. But we'd have to wait for them to log in because we have to know what their password is. Yeah, so the problem is, what if they never log in again? You don't know what their plain text password was because on purpose you don't store it. So you're kind of screwed, right? I guess actually if it's ND5, could you just hack their password and change it and upgrade it for them? Is that ethical to break your own password, your own user's passwords just to upgrade them? That probably is unethical, isn't it? What if you made a program that did it and you just never printed out what it was? Only the program would know. You can argue that it's still unethical because you hacked their password, even if you never saw what it was. All right. I'm happy because I'm getting progress now. I'm able to mark that card off finally. Password reset is complete. This is my favorite part. I take the card. Ooh, there's a little animated little tilt there. We're done. I think I ended up doing the hard part first. The registration is super easy because we just allow them to create a new account if it doesn't exist, right? And authentication is also easy. Password changes, it's pretty much reset without having to have the token negotiated. Hey, Irish John Gaming. Welcome to the stream, folks. Irish John, how's your stream? Hey there, Fresh Meat. Shout out to Irish John for those who aren't coming. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Can I purge my own message? How come I can't purge my own message? Anyway, I meant to shout out Irish John Gaming. Actually, if Bix plays streams, then shout out to him too. I don't know if he streams. Anyway, Irish John is making a game in Unity. It's a pirate ship game battling with both troops and cannons. I hope his game is back up and running. If you're doing great, Irish John, I hope that means that you got your game back up and running. He had a crash with his hard drive. His game broke for a while. Things are going well. I'm working, as you can see, I'm using Trello nowadays to track my to-do lists, and today I'm working on player login, password reset, password changes, that kind of thing. Thanks for the follow, DMP Design. Hey, you Blue. How's it going? So I just finished all the machinery for resetting passwords, which ended up being a complicated part. And I kind of saved the easy stuff for now. The yellow ones are all in C++. The green ones are in React. I'm going to be starting a new React app for the main player client. I have a React app for my game right now. It looks like this. It's kind of awful. But it's really only meant for me to use to like see what the state of my server cluster is. If you haven't been here before, I'm trying to make a game. This is the first attempt for me to make a game. It's multiplayer, and it's going to have a lot of copies of game state set up on the server end for fault tolerance, so that if one server crashes, the game continues to run. So when I say things like server cluster, I mean like the whole group of servers, and each one is a copy. And it's going to be a browser-based game, so you'll play it in your web browser. It'll connect into the server cluster through WebSockets, and it's going to be a very retro game. Because I'm not a great artist, I'm going to try to make just a simple retro 2D pixel art. If you think of a really old game like the Ultima series, that's the kind of graphics level I'm shooting for. And multiplayer, I just want to see what I can put into the game. So I have some ideas on things we could do in the game. But I'm going to make it a game that evolves. So as soon as I get this damn cluster up and running with security, I'm going to put it on Amazon and let you guys log into it and see the game as it becomes a reality. So yeah, let me know if you have any specific questions. Oh yeah, see ya, Fresh Meat. Oh, do you stream? No, I accidentally gave you a shout out. Because I was trying to give a shout out to Irish John, and my mouse clicked the wrong message. All right. So I had just finished that. All right, the next card, player registration, creating an account. So I use test-driven development here for the C++ stuff. I made a little video for an intro to that, but basically I will write a test first, see that it fails, and then fill the code in to make it pass. So if we're talking about player registration, creating an account, then that means we need to be able to create a new player upon request. So the request is going to come in as a message from a client. So, oh yeah, I need to get back to that later. I'll do that later. So this will be create new player account. So we kind of just focus on one component at a time. So right now the component is coordinator. I have a diagram here under Realm Server Architecture. Coordinator is this box here. It's the first component that receives messages from the web server end. So it's basically parsing messages and passing them along. In this case, what it's going to do is check to make sure there is no user with that name. And if so, it's going to put something into the game state journal saying create a user. Executor component is going to pick that up and say, okay, user has been created. And then we'll be able to respond back saying, okay, good, you're logged in. So it's going to be another two-step process here. Weird stuff like MUDs. My game is going to be kind of like a MUD game when I first start. RPG with not much graphics. Yeah, what makes a game dev? I'm trying to be a game dev, but I don't think I am one. I don't think are you? Is it fair to call someone a game dev before they've made their first game, even if they're attempting to make one? Okay, I'm gonna cheat a little bit and steal from another test and just change things. So how about the request reset, password reset? Yeah, how about this one? Actually, I'm going to take these two commands together. No, we'll just take this one. We'll take the guts of this test and copy it. Yep, private key was streamed. Boga leak, right? Boga leak. That's okay. The keys that you see in my test framework are self-signed test keys, so I don't care. They're not the keys I'm going to use in production. And really, they shouldn't go there. I should pull these out and make them in a support file. It's sort of gross that I just kind of dumped them in there. All right, to create a new player, the player won't exist. So this is set up. We set up a server. Here's the server ID. Then we have, we can do this in any order. So the raft algorithm, which is back in this diagram, the raft algorithm is the one that tells us we are the leader of the cluster, which makes things more convenient. Otherwise, if the player connects to a follower of the cluster, it has to be forwarded to the leader first. So if we're just creating a player account and we're already talking to the leader, we can just make it create player. How about register? Username Alex, password Hunter2, of course. And I guess we'll allow them to optionally put in their password. I mean their email. I was going to make email an optional thing that you can use if you lost your password and you want to reset it. Oh, that reminds me. What happens if they didn't register an email address? Someone suggested that you can maybe ask for a password reset with just... Actually, let's put them both in. Ability to request password reset by username and password reset by providing email only. That was someone on stream suggested that to me an hour ago or so. And this one is figure out what to do if player asks for password reset but never provided an email address. Need to figure out what to do there. Should I go ahead and label these? This one is security related. So is this one. There we go. I'll figure that out later. So we'll just put something in here. All right, so what we expect to happen is a second entry. There's a first journal entry added when this happens, so it'll be the second one. And it will be a register, right? Or, no, I already have a command for this. I had this set up specially. It was create player. So the create player command should happen. And that command has a username, and I think I made room for the other things, right? But it was an auth, right? So we'll have to make sure that the actually what is in this command? Oh, it's a record. Record dot email should match this email address. And then record dot what? Auth dot hash. So we'll have to, what to do what some of these tests before did. We'll have to figure out what salt was selected and then hash it. Here we go. So basically make sure, hold on, I didn't copy enough. We need to make sure that there was a salt generated. And the other test did that, I think. Yeah. Expect that it's not empty. Actually, let's pull this in. Yes. Instead of that. So there's the email. Okay. This will be record.auth.salt. Oh, wait a minute. That's command. Okay, so it's Hunter2, of course. So we need to make sure that the salt is not empty, and we should probably also check that the iterations is what we expect. I don't have that configured yet, so we should add that. So it would be password hash iterations. So in the real server, I think I want to do it 100,000 times. We're debugging now, so it's going to be real slow. I'll make it slightly less secure for now. In the real server, I'll probably need at least 100,000. In the test, it needs to be a lot shorter, because I want the test to run pretty quick. So here, let's just keep it to, I don't know, 200. It doesn't really matter, does it? I can make it 42, because that's the answer, right? Okay, so let's expect that it is that. So expect equal configuration whatever we set as a size t should match what's in the oh, thanks for the follow, Fix Blaze. So that should match whatever's in the command for the iterations. This test is just making sure that the server does the correct thing. You didn't like that? Is this not a size t? It is. Oh, right, that's a pointer. I need to get it and then ask that. There we go. So it computes what the hash should be. Make sure it is what it should have been. There we go. We'll start with that. I guess we'll throw in also the test for when if it is received by a follower, how it gets forwarded, because that's not too hard to add at the same time, right? So forwarded, this thingy. So what should the lurk command be, Irish John? I will add it if you have an idea. I've never seen a lurk command though. This is create new player account forwarded to leader. All right, so the same kind of setup. So the same message. This is removed. Actually, I don't know why that max connections was in there. It shouldn't have been in there. Anyway. And this goes here. Oh, he can't answer it. Oh. Well, enjoy lurking, Irish John. Recovery questions. I see that, Luke. That's a good point. Where would I put that? I'll have to make a new card about that. Recovery questions. Why did I say re-questions? Questions. For resetting password. That's for resetting password, right? I don't know if I'll need it if they, I guess that could be an alternate. If they don't want to provide an email address, they could put in recovery questions. Alternative to email. I want to like research this stuff, also ask other game devs that I know if that's a good idea. I don't want to forget about it though, so I'm putting it in. Thank you for the suggestion. Oh, good idea. I can do that. That's something Stream Elements can do for me, right? Thank you. I'll have Stream Elements announce someone is lurking now. Okay, forward it to leader. What I expect is just the message just gets forwarded to the leader. Okay, now I'll run the test and verify it does not do what it should. And then I'll implement it. So run all the tests. This should fail when it gets to the create new players ones. These ones. Oh. It keeps moving my mouse. There we go. So those are the only two that are... Oh, no, we have another one that's failing. Huh. That didn't fail before, did it? Does this one have a race in it? This one might have a race condition. Look at that. There's a race. A race in that one. That's bad. 4396. Sent in the request. Get it out of the entry. Let me mark this one for now. There is a race condition in this test that needs to be fixed. I want to deal with it later. Let's just run it until it passes. And then move on. There we go. Come back to that later. Lurk and work or scotch and watch. Yep, if that's what it takes. If that's what it takes to watch. Sounds good to me. Alright, so this is going to fail because, of course, we don't do anything. Alright, so the way this is implemented is we have a client message handling table. And these are the messages that normal not administrators can do. These are the ones that only administrators can do. So we had that they can respond to an authentication challenge for administratorhood. They can request their password is reset, and then they can actually reset it once they get the token. So now we're adding a new one, create player. If that's what I call, no, I call it a register. Right, on register. At least that's what I think I called it. Yes, register. Okay, so on register, we'll just add a method on register. Okay, so what does onRegister need to do? Probably something similar to this. So I'm going to steal from it. So what happens... Okay, what happens if they try to register username is taken? It's probably okay to tell them it's taken. So I'll probably want to have a test for that. Create new player user name taken. Already taken. To do that later. So for now, we'll assume that we're always going to create it. So we do not have a token. We get the username. So we will have to add these checks later. I will not do them now, though. So we're going to have, because again, it's a two-step process. You have to request it and ask, then the whole cluster has to replicate it, and then you get a success back. We'll say register for, and save the username. And we don't need to do that. If we are the leader, we're going to create a new, we're going to make a new command for the log called create player. And we store the username, the email, record.email, if they provided it. And then we have to do the same kind of thing that we did for resetting the password. So we're going to make a new salt and a new hash. And iterations, I think I decided I'm going to pull that from the configuration. Cached configuration, password hash iterations, and I had to do that cast because otherwise it's ambiguous the way I wrote my JSON value class. Sort of a side effect of that. Okay, salt. There's no salt? Oh, auth.salt. And then the algorithm. We should set the algorithm. Right now it's going to be hard-coded. So let us hard-code it here. I don't want to type it again. I'll just search for it. Here. We're using PBKDF2, HMAC, SHA-512. I know that's a mouthful. Under at the innermost level, it's the secure hash algorithm, 512 bits. Then we're doing a hash-based message authentication code turn on that, and then a password-based key derivation function too. All of this complicated crap is to make your hashed password very, very difficult to crack, so that we can store it and not worry so much about your password getting hacked. Okay, so that goes back into the algorithm part here. And if we are not the follower, if we are not the leader, we're a follower, we just forward it to the leader if we can. And then I'll need this for later. Let's just comment that out for now. I need to do that later. I just want to make sure that this one is correct. Actually, these two. That one should be really easy. This one. That one is getting stuck somewhere. Interesting. It didn't get stuck, it just crashed. Or something. What happened? Debug. The adapter is busy. Uh-oh. I've run into this before. And I always have to go and kill the debugger when this happens. It doesn't happen that often. So I launch process viewer. And I look for the dang thing. Where is it? It's one of these guys, isn't it? Actually, it might. No, the adapter is busy. I need to kill it. Oh, wait a minute. It's because it's still running. That's my bad. Never mind. Don't need to kill anything. Yeah, okay, I don't understand. Is it continuing and then crashing? Oh, it's continuing and then getting stuck. Yeah, probably because the iteration count is insane. Let's see what it is. 0. Okay, that's not good. Did it not get it from the... Yeah, let's make that an assert so it doesn't get that far. Assert will stop the test if it fails at that point. The expect continues. It marks the test as bad, but it continues. Okay, good. So it should have been 42 iterations. It was 0 because I screwed something up here. Maybe it's in the setup. We are setting it. It is set. Oh, wait a minute. Did I check? Did I actually set it here? Oh, I didn't. Why didn't I? I just put it in there. I didn't save it. That's the problem. That's my bad. So create player record auth iterations equals that. And there I don't need the cast because it can figure it out from the context. Then use it there. See, this is why we have unit tests. Run it again. Good. And that one doesn't do anything yet. Okay, good. So we forward it and we can create it locally. So yeah, let's have a check first the username. Oh, no, this was just to start, right? We need to get a login success after the fact, after this works. So that's another test. Like the sound of scotch and watch? So do I. I'll have to try that out. Although lately I've been a wine and watch, as in cheap Costco wine. All right, create new player account. How about successful login after create new player account? Okay, so that's somewhat like the other test I did about half an hour ago. This one, which might have a race in it. Gotta be careful. So the act is going to be we just create the account and then we expect that we get a login message. Okay. So this is all, that's part of the, so it goes here and this goes up here. Actually, that doesn't need to be done at all. Oh no, it still does. Never mind. We do that, then we create, was it add? Add. Add takes the username and a record. So username and then Alex. So we need to build Alex. So realm server player record Alex. Email is this. So basically we pretend it got committed by the cluster. Including we have to do, actually we can pull from the entry like the other test did. This one. Right. Actually, we don't need to get all that other stuff though. So we'll pull it out here so we have it available. This will be a create player. So auth dot. Actually, that has the entire record in it. So really, Alex really is command record. Actually, then, yeah, I can make this really simple. Command record, command username. Load that IntelliSense. There we go. So we should get a success, right? And then all this stuff is BS that we don't need. Okay. So the idea here is that they connect and ask to register. Then we pretend that the leader will append a command to tell the cluster to create it. Then we'll pretend that the cluster came back and said, yeah, it's been created. And what we expect is it should send back to the original player a logged in message. All right, so run that and make sure it fails. Successful login. There we go. Oh, I forgot to click on it first. Yeah, so we don't get any message back. So here's where I needed that variable. Here, I need that registered for, because I'll need that very soon. That is in the client record. If the client is registering a player, registering as a new player, this is the new player username. All right, so now it's set, and we handle it in the commit. That is on players changed. So here, I guess what we'll do is we'll check to see. Yeah. So hold on. Yeah, we'll just do a scan up here. This I might need to fix because it's really hard to read. I just wrote it, but already it's getting hard to read. So basically, if we're searching through all the connected clients, and if we find some that are either claiming or are logged in as a certain user, then we respond to the change in the username. So if we find a client that's trying to register for that username, and then that one got changed or added into the players, then we know that they logged in. So we can clear that variable. And then I also have to do, just like this to do, once clients start to track who's logged in, we need to record the fact that this client is logged in as username. Yes, we do need to do that. In the meantime, we basically do the same thing. Actually, this I should probably pull out as a common function. Anyway, that should fix it, this test. And then that means we have login. We have a new player registration that works. Yay! And there was much rejoicing. Let's check that puppy in. We can now register new player accounts in the back end. From server, add new player registration. Okay, so one card off the list. I'm half an hour over, but I really want to get to the React stuff. So I'm going to push ahead. Done. Okay, player authentication. Actually, no, these are all going to be 3-step processes. Maybe I'll do these tomorrow and just skip to the React stuff. And I'll just do a little bit of React stuff. We can do enough to do the player registration screen. That's what we can do. We can do that first. These ones will require these backend to exist. Not pay me for any overtime? God damn it. Okay, we're gonna do start a new player client. So I'm gonna put these up. We'll probably do these next stream. So start a new player client. So okay, you ever want to know how to make a new React app? It's pretty easy. We'll control C that guy. You go and you just do npm, no, it's create React app, and we'll call this player console. And you just sit there and wait for it to do it. So if you don't have create React app, it's a node module. So you do like npm install create React app. And there might even be a better way to do it nowadays. My knowledge is maybe about 6 months old. Why am I writing it back in C++? Because I'm pretty comfortable with C++. That's really the only reason. I could use any language, practically, but I like C++. On the front end, I would use C++, but the problem is I don't know what OS people are going to use. You could be using the Mac, you could be using Windows, you could be using Linux, you might be using something like Android. And I wanted to, so I picked something that was very cross-platform to begin with, and that's the JavaScript in the browser. But on the back end, I have full control over the OS, so I know I'll be running Linux or Windows, and so I just pick C++ because I like it. Well, JavaScript is a very living language, isn't it? If it's rapidly changing. You know, so another language that is as well is Python. Python's rapidly changing too. You look at Python 3.6 and up, they added a whole new way to do asynchronous I/O. That's like so different than synchronous Python stuff from the past. So yeah, this thing sits there and is downloading a metric, what do you call it, metric ass ton of dependencies, but that's okay. When you build the app, it kind of throws away what you don't need in the same way as a tumor. The other reason I'm using React on the front end is because I'm following a bunch of other game devs on Twitch who are also doing React for their games or their front ends, so. How is it radically different? I can show you while we're waiting. I started off that adventure by wanting to make a Python admin tool called the deploy. And I wanted to, it needs to talk to my server through WebSockets because everything does. So I'm like, okay, import WebSockets. Then I looked up what is that thing. It requires asynchronous I/O pretty much. And so it looks like this. You say async with a WebSockets connect, and you get back a asynchronous I/O context for your WebSocket where you can do stuff like this. Async for message in WebSocket. Basically, this is a task that loops until, I think until forever, and runs every time you get a new message. And send is also asynchronous. So whenever you do something asynchronous, you would do an await, which is basically a yield until it's done. And everything inside of an async, you have the async keyword in front, it becomes a co-routine or co-process, co-routine, something like that, where it has to be run in an event loop, and it runs whenever there's something to do, and when there's not something to do, it basically sits waiting for the next thing to happen. So like waiting for the send to finish, waiting for a new message to come in. I have not played with Vue, and I haven't tried Rust either. I get a lot of questions about those, as well as Go, and a few people ask me about Elixir. Those are all really cool languages that I have not had the time to look at. But there are other streamers I know who use those things. I can't recall any off the top of my head, but most of the streamers I follow who are the dev streamers are using React or Lua. Or C++. Okay, so this is done, and we get a nice thing saying happy hacking, and I can run this right away. npm start, right? Oh, I need to go into the directory first. So that I called it player console, npm start. All right. It's actually I don't want to run it in the I guess I could run it in Firefox. I prefer running React apps in here in Chrome. Not happy hacking. What are we talking about? Just reload that guy. So there's what you get with the create React app, and so it's all about kind of customizing what we got now. So let's do that. So I'm going to go to player console source app. So here's our app. Really, what I want to focus on is, okay, we did that. Look, done. Yay! I want to focus on registering a player. So I need to actually first connect to the cluster. And actually, is the cluster up? It is not up. Let's start it again. The cluster is running. So I want to get basically connectivity to the cluster straight away. I think I'm just going to hack it for now. So I'll hack in the address. So we'll have a constructor. Is it self? Trying to do this from memory, which is a bad idea. Oh, also, let's format this document. There we go. I don't remember. So I'm going to cheat and look at my admin console app. Props. That's what it is. Not self, it's props. Super props. Super props. What that does is it calls the component constructor. Props are all of the properties or attributes. So like, for example, pretend that image is a component. Props would be an object in JavaScript that has src, class name, and alt in it. So when our app is used at this level, if I were to put attributes in this JSX here, this HTML-like thing, it would show up in props. So we're not really going to have props, but I am going to have state. So that we set up just by a normal object to start with. And we're going to have a state is connected. Or just connected, right? I always get that mixed up with Python. False is capitalized in Python. Okay, and then not part of the state because it's a living object will be the socket we use. And so what I think I want to do is whereas there's like a way to when it's mounted. Component did mount. As soon as it mounts, I want it to try to connect to the server. And it doesn't matter which server, so we'll just pick one at random. And I'm going to totally cheat. I'm going to just copy the code I have here. Let's make it a nice function. And hold on a second, I need more stuff to drink. I do not have scotch, nor do I have wine, because you don't want, just like you don't want to drink and drive, you don't want to drink and code. Not that you'll be a danger to society, but more like you'll be a danger to your own code. All right. We're going to call connect. Okay, so I like to do the arrow function approach, which is this way. That allows me to not have to bind connect to the context. And then I'm just going to shamelessly copy this stuff in here. Connecting to the server. Actually, I'm going to hard code this, right? So let's connected to the game. And the host will be hard coded for now. The port number will be also hard coded. What was I using? 8084. Self isn't a thing in JavaScript? Sure it is. Oh, it's called this though. This self, what's the difference? So this is the general formula, host port for the WebSocket, and we will store it in this, or this socket. Then we're going to add little messages, little callbacks. Everything we receive will be JSON, and I do not need these arguments at all. The reason I have socket sent to onDisconnect is if it happens when it's already disconnected, then we do nothing. So let's set up those connecteds. OnConnected. OnDisconnected message received. This will have a message in it. So OnConnected. Let's store the socket. Actually, let's actually put it there. Let's not store it until we actually get connected. And then disconnect will be, if the socket matches, we remove it. So if this.socket is the same socket, then this dot socket equals null. And then let's just print out something here. Disconnected from the game. Existence is a thing? Can you do this dot exists? Because that sounds like a very existential question. It's not existence. This is a contextual thing in JavaScript, right? So it's, if you're not in any context, I think this is the, what do you call it? The window instance by default. In global scope, this is the window instance. Pretty much everywhere inside of a React component, though, this will be the component instance. The exceptions are, I think, in some of these event handlers. If you don't do them as arrow functions, you can get in trouble. Yeah, I don't claim to be expert in JavaScript. I just barely think I know enough to get away with doing this. How do you move the cursor so fast? Combination of the scroll wheel, page up, page down. I'll try to slow down. Okay, so I'm just trying to get the basic connectivity here. If it disconnects, I think we want to retry like I did in the other app. Disconnect. Okay, I did it this way. And then I had a timeout to try to reconnect is what I did. So on disconnect, we're going to try to reconnect. Okay, yeah, let's reverse the logic. It's a little cleaner that way. Right, we just do that. And then we don't need this anymore, do we? And I think it only makes sense to say we're disconnected if we were connected to begin with. So we'll say if this socket is not equal to null, then we disconnected from it, right? And really this only makes sense to print out if we were it only really makes sense to print that out in the here. So it'll be connecting to the game, and then we'll get a bunch of errors until we actually get connected. And then once if I lose our connection, we'll see that. So let's verify that that works. It didn't because socket is not defined. This, oh yeah. It isn't. Okay, how about now? Okay, so we don't know, but I can look at the React state to find out. Connected is false. Interesting. Did it not connect? It's trying to connect. Oh, and I never set the state on it. It's probably connected now, right? Yeah, I didn't print out anything on connected. Yeah, we need to do that. So we're going to print out it's connected, and we'll do this set state connected true. Connected to the game, yay, we are connected. All right, and we'll test if I shut down the cluster. We're disconnected. Oh, but then I forgot to reset that. Let's do that. So that's this down here. False. Okay, so it starts out not connected. We start the cluster. It should connect to it. Come on, you can do it. Connect. Oh, wait a minute. It doesn't, maybe the reconnect is broken. Let's refresh. Connected. Can I show the console here too? I can, right? There's like a button to do that. I want to show the console and the React panel at the same time. Hey there, Arcancomatics. Escape? Oh, thank you very much. I was almost choking there. I can also use set timeout this disconnect 1000. Why would I want to disconnect after a second? I think I only wanted a timeout for like a reconnection attempt. Okay, so it's connected. Kill the server. Disconnected. Now it should try every second to reconnect. It only tries once. Oh, right. I screwed up somehow. It's when it fails, right? Oh, because it was never set. Yes. So really, I want to reverse this again and say if it is, do this stuff. So it'll always do that. And then do that. Always. Okay, let's try that. So every second, it should try to reconnect. And then when I do start it up, it'll connect, right? And then because it's connected, it won't try again, right? Actually, it is, shouldn't it? Oh, this is always a one shot, right? So it's only when it disconnects will it try to connect every second. You can tell. If you were watching before when I was doing C++, now I'm doing React. I'm a lot less confident in React, but it was worse before. Okay, we're connected to the game. So the next would be to put in some kind of UI when we're connected, right? So should we say goodbye to the React logo? And all this stuff, and all that stuff. Actually, the entire header, right? What should we say? Really, I want to have fundamentally a header area, right? And maybe a footer area, and then in the middle a body, and the body will differ. So header right now, let's, I don't know. What do I do in the other console? I just do that. Let's just have that in there. I should make it another component too. So let's just have it say the game name. Why not? And then footer, I don't think we need anything right now. Just make it null for now. And then body depends on whether we're logged in or not. So is this the way you do it? Is this the best way to, I don't want to use the ternary operator, but can I do this? If this state connected, do one thing, otherwise do another thing. I kind of would like to do that, but I don't know if that's the correct way you're supposed to do it. Yay, we're logged in, or we're connected. Connecting. So I'm just not sure if this is the proper way to do it. Wow, that's big. Okay, the style is not right. Let's pick up the style I had from before. I think it's this size, right? I think this is the old Create React app would do that. You don't need to do socket close before reconnecting. Well, I'm not ever calling socket close. We're always staying connected if we can. Thanks for the follow, by the way. RotoZip. I'm only assigning to null if it already is disconnected. Yeah, so the question, do I need to call close? No, because it's been disconnected already. Pretty sure. Pretty sure you don't need to call close. Thanks for the follow, Clumpsy. And I'm getting a lot of follows. Thanks for the follows, guys. Zanaris Dib. I probably butchered that name, I'm sorry. Just copy this, I guess. From one style to another. Thanks for the follow, Garmichael. You guys are awesome. Are all these follows coming in at once by coincidence, or am I getting bot attacked or something? Herd mentality, eh? Okay. Why is it so big? Oh, is it? Wait a second. Is it because of this? Yeah. Let's try removing that. Butchering the style for fun and profit. Actually, I'm totally modifying the wrong one, aren't I? I am totally in the wrong one. That should be copied to here. There we go. Yay, we're connected. Looks awful. Yeah, I really haven't put much thought into this, and really I'm just making it functional for now. So there's a whole nother art and science, I guess, combination in terms of user experience, and I'm not doing any of that yet. In fact, I don't even know if I'm qualified until I, or at least to do it. I'm not qualified at all, and to attempt it, I think I need to do some research on CSS and just proper layout and stuff. So for now, I'm just going to go functional. So when we're not connected, that should change, right? Connecting, okay. Connected, yay. Nice. Logo isn't defined and never used. That's correct. I'm no longer using the logo. Let's drop the logo. I'll do a little bit of CSS because I want a little margin there. That. I should put this into a div, shouldn't I? Let's actually do the div here. Really, that means I should do that here as well. Yeah, let me shuffle this around a little bit. Body. And then put the body in there. Actually, I've changed my mind. I'm going to do it this way. Ugh. Struggling. I'm struggling. There we go. Copy paste fails. All right. So now I can assign some style to app body. Okay, I don't really like that too much. I go back into the way it was before, but no, I won't. It'll be a combination of the two. You can have an inner div, that's fine. We just don't need any style. That's in case I wanted to have like another element in there, because actually, yeah, let's test that. So I don't think I can do this. For example, a div and then some more text. I don't think it will let me do that if it is not a div. In fact, yeah, it gets all screwed up. So the div is just to make it into JSX. So header, body, margin top, 2M maybe. There we go. Has some margin there. You can use React Fragment. Yeah, I'll add that to my study list. I remember reading about that. Going on to my React study list. All right. Okay, once we are connected, let's add in a registration. So we'll add a new state here. Connected, registered. So if we are registered, do one thing, else if We're connected. Do something else. Yay, we're registered. And then it should still be running, right? We're connected, but we're not registered. So would a table be best? Just a quick table. So one row would be username and then an input, right? I'm gonna totally cheat. Copy from the other code. Input. Is it not input? Oh, wait a minute. I stashed it over here. Yes. Input. Type text this state username on change username. And then password, right? Password on change password. And let's make this consistent. Okay, so I need a username and password in here. These need to be strings because they're going to be controlling elements. Controlled element, right? So on change username, on change password. I need those. Controlled elements always have this look and feel: event change password. And it's going to be this dot set state username is event.target.value. And that has to be inside of a braces. And then password. All right. So what do I have a nice form now? Yay, look at that. It looks ugly as hell, but that's okay. The style, its text is aligned in the center. Let's turn this off. Yeah, I like that a little bit better. So when we're not connected, it just says connecting. So let's make a margin, actually. A left margin. Actually, shouldn't that be on the whole app? Or maybe it's just the body. Maybe just the body. Totally novice CSS here. You're probably all laughing at me. That's okay. Once I do my homework and I can make this prettier. All right, so I should be able to, looking at that state there, enter something. Hunter2. Oh, I need to make that type password, don't I? Password. Is that how you do it? Hunter2. There we go. And you can see my password as I enter it. I'll have to be really careful when I am streaming in the real game not to ever show my React state. I wonder if Adam has the same issue, if he's ever accidentally shown his password by having the React tools open while he enters his password. Anyway, I need to have a button, don't I? Give me a button. And I guess that goes after the table, right? So on click login. On login. Okay. And I don't know why I had that all exploded out like that. There we go. So let's add an on login. That has an event, right? But we don't use it? No, it doesn't. Right, because it's an arrow function. I did the change password correctly, right? If we don't call it, we don't call it in a controlled element. Unless if we wanted to call it, we would do an arrow function, right? Yeah. Yes, yes, yes. I could do an arrow function if I wanted, but I don't need to. On login. Here's where we're going to actually send a message. So really easy to do in JavaScript with WebSockets. It's just, hold on, where is it? Send, it's send. Here we go. This business. Oops. So this socket send. And it's going to be what we were doing to log in, to register, right? Actually, it's not going to be login. It's on register. We don't have login yet. Register. Whoops, didn't mean to resize that. Joop. Okay. Register. Okay, now what did it want? What did register want? Username, password, email. So we don't want to send them our email quite yet. Okay. Yeah, I can use state from here, right? Username. Yet I learned recently you don't want to use this state from this set state because they can be queued and executed later. This.state.password. All right. So no, never. I also want to print something out here, just to the console for now. Console.log reseed message, and then we will do a... It's already JSON, so I can always just print it, right? Actually, I'm not sure. Let's see what we get. Connected to the game. Raimu. Hunter2. Register. Did it do anything? It didn't seem to do anything. Where's our WebSocket connection? This one? How come it's off the top there? Okay. Okay, we sent it, but it ignored us. Shame on you, server. Why are you ignoring us? Is it having trouble replicating the message? Let me look. That would be... We're probably talking to server 10. Yeah, we're talking to server 10. So if I look in server 12 is the leader. So let's look at server 12. No. So what? Oh wait. No, that's good. So it never got to the leader. It never got forwarded, or I'm running old code, which could be the problem. Let me build again. Let's start over. Do it. Okay, see you, Irish John. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for the raid, too. Okay, so this will have gotten me a new WebSocket, so I should look at the new one, right? Oh, no, hold on. Where is it in the list here? Where did the old one go? Oh, there's the old one. Okay, yeah, here's the new one. So register. Oh, I got it logged in. That time I got it logged in. I didn't get one the last time, though. Must have been running some old code. If I hit it again, though... Oh, we have no check. I didn't have a check to see if it existed or not. Okay. So anyway, now that every time I do this, it'll register us again. So now if I look at the journal, we'll see that we're creating our player over and over again, and we're going to get a new hash each time because the salt is different. So, okay, we have the register, but I should print out something here, right? In response to the logged in login status. Front-end adventure time, that's right. It is quite an adventure. So I wanted to do the right thing in this one. I did the wrong thing in the admin console. I'll show you the wrong way to do it. The wrong way to do on message received is to have a switch. So the right way, I think, would be to have a table based off of the message type. So here, I'll try to do it. This should actually have printed something out in the console too. Ah, it did, but it didn't print it out right. So I need to do a JSON stringify. So Raimu Hunter 2. Okay, so we can see the messages that we're receiving there. Cool. So let's try to look it up in the table. So it would be something like let handler equals this dot message. Let's call it message handlers. Look it up by the message type, right? If handler is null, then let's have it print out a special message here. Received unrecognized. Actually, let's just copy from here. And I wanted to kind of print this out as an error. Or can you do that with a warning? Warn, there we go. Warn. And yeah, see, I didn't want to repeat the mistake of just making this crap. I want to do it the right way. So we need to have a message handlers. I kind of feel like that should be like this, because I like to make constant tables and other constants like that. Question is where to put it. I guess we put it up here. So that equals an object, right? And it will have strings. So the first one we needed to handle was, I already lost it. Login status. This is where I'm not too sure. Would it just be on login status? Or do I need a this there? I don't know. Let me see if I can just discover it through trial and error. Let me put it here and put this above here. Do I need a this? You're giving me the answer. Okay, we'll do this. On login status. Actually, I want to pass the message as well. So we need to pass the message. Oh, wrong thing. It's in the else. Handler message. There we go. Or is it this dot handler message? Is it this dot handler message? No. That's okay. You don't have to be sorry. Let me just try to get this right for the first time here. I'll just say console.log login status message, whatever the code was. Status. Let's just see if that works. Probably got it wrong. Hey, it worked. And that is because handler is it because I have this as an arrow function? Right. Yeah, the way that this assignment works with arrow function, actually I think it's assignment in general, is it's initializing an instance. It's initializing a property of the instance itself, right? And actually so the this is already bound to it somehow. Oh, it's bound by that, right? Yeah, so this assignment, it's doing the binding of this there. Yeah, I think I understand. I probably poorly understand how this works, but it works. Yeah, so what happens if I don't put a this on there? Just curious. It's not defined. Fair enough. And that's the only this I have, right? I can't get rid of that. It won't be defined. All right, well, I'm happy. I can make that a const, right? I can't make it a const. I can't make it a let or a var either, right? It just has to be like that. It's just very foreign to me. I'm used to C++ too much. Can you have a default handler at the end? This is sort of the default handler right here. And I wanted to say unknown, unrecognized. That's the default handler, really. But there's no concept of end because it's an object, right? That's the problem. I want it to be an object because I want to be able to index it to find it quickly if I have a huge table of handlers. Okay, so we can we'll say if. Actually, let's do let. We'll do that first. Status equals message status. Then I can use that here. And then if status is logged in, this dot state dot this set state. I guess we're adding another state, right? Oh no, it's registered. There we go. So, Raimu, Hunter 2, register. Yay, we're registered. Okay. Mark that off the chart. That's my player registration screen. I guess to do more, I would need to have backend player authentication. I'm getting really hungry though. I've gone over 5 hours. I usually only go 4 hours. So maybe if you guys don't mind, I'll save this for tomorrow and then add some more cards because probably this will, I'm guessing this would take another hour. So I'll need to have 3 more hours worth of cards. So I'll wind down the stream. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Let me do the check-in. I'll go find someone to host. Do we need that git ignore? I guess this is all boilerplate stuff that we got for the console, right? Oh, okay. I'm gonna do a cheat here. Git add -a dot. There we go. You did a little work and lurk. Nice. Thanks for the follow. Oh, oh, there it was. Just a little bit late. Megs. Thanks. All stage. So add player console. Work in progress. Basic connectivity. Currently hard coding server address port. New player registration. That's it, basically. Thanks, Clumsy. My React code is clumsy, and I accept that. It's going to get better and better as I get more practice, obviously. Just like anyone learning to use something new, right? I need to update my tool, my Mugget tool, to skip all of the internal stuff of the those React apps. The packages folder are huge. What am I coding here? I am coding a game. I'm actually just wrapping up though. I'm gone way over my 4-hour limit that I placed for myself per day. And today I was working on player registration and login, password reset. The game isn't up and running yet. When it is, it's going to be a multiplayer game, and you'll be able to play it from your browser. It connects into the servers through WebSockets, which is what I was just showing in the new client we just set up, we are connecting. Where are we connecting? We're connecting through WebSockets over our transport layer security, so it's WSS. And the servers are in a cluster, so there are multiple servers, and that's for fault tolerance. And there's more information about that game in the link, but it's basically going to be a retro 2D pixel art game, because I'm not a great artist. And mostly working on the backend stuff now to have a platform to start doing game stuff. So the subsystems of the game I've done so far have been the clustering for fault tolerance. I did persistence, which kind of fits in with clustering because you're replicating state. You have to have the state somewhere. So that is a sequentially written journal and then state snapshots. And then I did versioning, and this week I've been doing authentication, which got me far enough along that I can make this nifty little login screen for authentication. So yeah, tomorrow I'll be continuing that work, and I guess the cards that I add will probably have to do with actually, I'm not sure. I really don't know what I'm going to be working on tomorrow when I finish the rest of the login stuff. Stay tuned, I guess. I have a lot of stuff in the back burner here, though. Actually, yeah, I'll probably be researching email. If I figure out an email scheme, I might do that. Or I might put in some of these other scenarios. Recovery questions, reset through an email address, rejecting bad passwords. So I might be doing more authentication stuff. But I do want to get into more of the either the setting up the game logic or doing the game client. The game logic's probably going to have to go in first, right? I'll think about it. Anyway, check that in. We're all checked in. Good. And let me just look back at my daily plan. Yeah, by the way, the you can always do the today command. It'll show you the page I'm on. I try to make a plan in advance every night so that you can see what I'm going to be working on the next day. And I usually stream from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Pacific, so I'm way over time right now. And in the meantime, there's a Discord channel like every other streamer has, if you want to get an announcement when I'm about to go live, but it'll probably be around 10 a.m. And yeah, so I'm going to be finishing this work. Again, I scheduled too much for today. Be finishing that tomorrow, and I'll be adding new cards. Thanks, QGV1. Thanks for coming by. But yeah, unfortunately, I gotta end the stream now because I'm really ravenously hungry. Interesting. Interesting who's going right now. Oh, thanks for the follow, by the way. What is Lucky No Slevin doing? Oh, I'm getting an ad. Hopefully he's streaming. I'll get set up to raid him. If he's still streaming and not wrapping up, then I'll introduce you to Lucky No Slevin. I think that's how you say his name. He's working on a Twitch extension. Looks like it's part of a charity thing, so it's a bit different. He's a web developer. It's going to be all, I think, what is it in? JavaScript? PHP? I'm looking at his stream right now, and he's just looking at JSON stuff. Oh, now he's back on to, looks like JavaScript. So we're going to be rating him. Lucky 11. Here we go. So yeah, hopefully you enjoyed today. I'll see you tomorrow if you come back. So in the meantime, have fun with Lucky No Slevin stream. See you guys. Bye-bye.